Carroll County schools, as I mentioned, are on a soft lockdown, and the district is asking parents, presumably other than those who are allowed to come to the high school to pick up their students, all other parents and anyone else in the area, they are asking to stay away from these schools as they conduct this investigation. I want to bring in ABC News' Phil Lipoff here on set with me, who's been following the latest on this. Phil, what do we know at this point about where this investigation is and what happened here today?
Well, they're in the early stages of it, but we do know some hard facts that are good to know at this time. In other words, there was an incident and it's over. But that just means the danger's over. Now the police have to go into that building. We don't know how many. They use the word casualties. We don't know how many people were injured. We do know that the Trauma One Medical Center near them is treating one person for a gunshot wound. But you mentioned that student, a 17-year-old Sergio Caldera, a senior, spoke with us over the phone and gave us a very disturbing account of what happened. He heard gunshots at about 11:01 in his chemistry class, and some teacher came in and said, lock the door. They locked the door. They ran to the back of the classroom. They were frightened, obviously, because there were reports of an active shooter. Then he heard banging on the classroom door as they were huddled up, and he believed it was the shooter trying to get in. Once the shooter, or what he believed was a shooter, couldn't get in, he heard more gunshots and more screaming, what he thought was the class next door. That is the most firsthand account of what we've had so far. We've been able to see pictures outside the building like you're looking at now, both on the ground and in the air, Diane. As you know, hundreds of kids were out on the football field as they were evacuated from the school after gunshots were heard. 1,900 or so kids go to this high school. That is 1,900 families who are terrified and horrified at this hour.
Hearing that student's story, Phil, gives you goosebumps. And we see this, Brad, unfortunately, too many times. I want to bring in a former FBI agent, Brad Garrett, for a little more on where this investigation goes now. Because, Brad, they're saying a suspect is in custody. And, yes, that could mean that the suspect is injured or hospitalized. But it means that person's alive. And in many of these cases, that doesn't happen. So what does that do for the investigation, that they do have a suspect who's alive, who presumably they either can now or soon will be able to question?
It's big because only the shooter knows why the shooter committed this act. And to get inside his or her head is paramount to a couple of things. A, could this have been stopped? You know, that's a bit of the after effect. But more importantly, is there anything else connected to this event? In other words, had the shooter planned something else? We talked earlier about other schools are in soft lockdown. The reason they're probably staying that way, at least for a short time, until they're clear about what the motives of this shooter are, and is the shooter connected to anybody else? But you always want a suspect to be alive. It's a real key, even if it takes you a long time to get them to talk.
And our ABC affiliate in Atlanta filed this report from outside the school's campus just moments ago. Take a look.
Yeah, right now we're on Carl Bethlehem Road, about a mile from the campus. And as you can see, parents are still making their way to the school, trying to get their kids, trying to get information. We're still a mile away from the school, so this is a long walk. But parents, I'm sure, will do anything to get to their kids, make sure that they are safe. They're texting with them while they're getting to them, letting them know that they're on their way. As you can see here, police have the area blocked off, and all the cars you see parked on the grass, those are parents frantically parking, trying to rush to the school to get there as fast as they can. There's no real easy way to get to the campus right now, so parents are just finding anywhere they can park and literally run to the football field where they hope to speak to their kids, communicate with their kids, console their kids, just let them know everything's going to be okay, get them home, get them to safety. As you can imagine, as a parent, this is just the worst thing you could imagine getting a phone call about. So we're working to learn more about about what happened, but obviously the mood here very somber. Parents understanding that people have died, but also trying to get to their kids, get them to safety. Just give them a big hug, let them know it's going to be okay.
Yeah, update there from our affiliate WSB in Atlanta, and now we are back looking at live footage there of Appalachian High School in Winder, Georgia. A suspect is now in custody after a shooting at the school. Authorities are telling us multiple casualties, which doesn't necessarily mean fatalities. That could be injuries, but we're told multiple people being treated now at local area hospitals. I want to bring in our senior investigative correspondent, Aaron Katursky, for the latest. Aaron, what are you hearing about where this investigation goes now and what we're learning about what happened inside that school?
They want to make sure, first of all, that there is only one suspect. The presumption always is that there's more than one, just in case. So they are undoubtedly going to be going door to door through every classroom, every nook and cranny of that building, just to make sure it's clear of both suspects, weapons, explosives. They just don't know, at least publicly, we haven't heard that this is in fact over. One suspect is in custody, but they have not declared, the all clear here yet. And you can see from the images on the screen and others that we've seen that there have been people gathered on the football field, outside, parents. So that's the priority. And then if in fact the suspect was taken alive, to try and extract any potential information out of that individual that they can. We do know there is at least one gunshot victim. Presumably there are others, which is why you see such an incredible assemblage of emergency vehicles. They want to make sure that anybody who needs aid can be, given what they need.
Brad, you're talking about a school of about 1,900 students. From the overviews we've seen of the campus, it's a pretty large building. How long does it take, and what goes through your mind when you're going through the process of securing an area like this, where the stakes are so high and you're literally going classroom to classroom to try to make sure that you are in fact dealing with only one suspect and there is no one else hiding in that building?
So the key is thorough, but keep moving. Because if you've now, and they obviously had at this point, I think, have people that are shot, they just don't know if there's other kids. Did he make it to other parts of the school to commit further shootings? So you want to be clear and make it safe. There's nothing in a particular room, whether it's obviously another shooter or any other thing that could harm somebody potentially. But you keep moving and try to go as quickly as possible. That's why all of that manpower, Diane, that they have at that school, assuming that you can organize it and move it in a safe fashion, should be able to clear that school in a few hours. But you really want to keep moving because clearly, let's say he made it to another part of the school and there's somebody shot that could be dying, and you obviously want to get to them. So, the key is get this done thoroughly, but as quickly possible as you can.
And Phil, now we have multiple agencies working on this investigation, and the White House also says they're monitoring.
The White House is monitoring. President Biden has been briefed. We've heard from the governor of Georgia saying all available resources will be put into investigating what happened here and helping anybody who needs help here. We know one person is being treated right now for a gunshot wound. The mayor of Atlanta, Mayor Dickens, has issued a statement in part saying, "My prayers are with the high school students, staff, and families affected by the senseless act of violence in Winder, Georgia. I've been in contact with the chief. Atlanta Police Department has been working with the Atlantic Public Schools." It goes on and on. He say, "May God comfort the victims and their loved ones in the difficult days ahead." And, we hear that a lot in these shootings, and it's really all you can do as an elected official at this point before the conversation turns political and about guns.
And I want to bring in Gwendolyn Cook. Gwendolyn has 3 grandchildren who were in that school. Thankfully, they are safe. I do want to stress that, but Gwendolyn's joining us now on the phone. Gwendolyn, I'm sure it's a relief to hear your grandkids are safe, but I cannot imagine what was going through your mind before you knew that for sure.
Absolutely. Yes, I thank God that he protected my grandkids and other kids that's in the community as well.
So what can you tell us about what happened inside the school? Have your grandkids been able to tell you anything in terms of what they saw and what they heard?
Well, I know one of my granddaughters in the 9th grade, one of her best friend's sisters was shot in the arm. and I don't know what grade that particular kid was in, but I do know that my oldest granddaughter, they heard this shot outside of her classroom, like it was like right there.
Gwendolyn, what's your reaction to be talking to your two granddaughters there, right? One a freshman, one older, and hearing them have to detail to you, one saying her friend was shot and another saying that she heard the gunshots just outside?
Well, I have three. One is a grandson. Well, one thing I understand, my grandchildren know how to pray, and we always teach them how to pray. My husband and I, we are pastors of Kingdom of Grace International Ministry, so we teach them how to pray because we know that they won't be with us, 24 hours a day. So we teach them how to pray. And as my oldest granddaughter was texting me, I told her, I said, just pray. Just pray. I know that everything is good, and I remain calm because I know prayer works. I'm a true believer in prayer, and I know prayer works. And so I wasn't as worried as some of the parents because there was a lot of parents that was trampled because they was running and, they didn't know what was going on with their children. But my three grandchildren, they did text me to let me know that they were okay.
And Gwendolyn, as you're talking, we're seeing live footage from outside the school, but to the right, as you were talking about prayer, we're looking at footage from earlier today, just a little while ago, of students on the football field, and they do look like they are assembled in a prayer circle. We saw this more than one incident of this, so it looks like it wasn't just your grandkids praying there at Appalachia High School today.
Yes.
How do you feel knowing now that police say a suspect is in custody?
Well, now, they said a suspect was in custody. My granddaughter said it was 3 shooters. And so they could have one in custody, but what about the ones that got away, And they did say that it was 3 of them, going up the hallway. So one I heard was killed or whatever, but one or two did get away.
And what is it that your granddaughter told you that made her believe it was 3 shooters here?
Well, she said the teachers was, I guess, texting each other or whatever that was going on. So they was letting the students know. And the students also were texting each other. That's why I believe that every student should have a cell phone. I just truly believe that. And believe it or not, I do believe that the teachers should also have some form of protection as well. Because when you have a student come in with a gun and the teacher has nothing, the teacher's job is to protect the student. But they can't protect the student if they're dead. And I just believe in the Second Amendment because you have, we don't know what happened in the minds of the students that were shooting. We don't know what happened, but I do believe that the teachers should have some kind of protection. If it's not a gun, it could be a taser. They need something to protect themselves and the other kids that are innocent.
And Gwendolyn, I just want to make clear that we have not been able to confirm what you're saying, that your grandkids say they believe it was 3 shooters. So far, police are just saying a suspect is in custody. We have not been able to confirm that, but I'm glad to hear that your grandkids are safe. How are they doing now?
They're nervous. They was walking around. They were consoling their friends that was crying and screaming and everything. And I know that my daughter probably won't let them go back to school this week. And we are also looking to other schools as well, more like a Christian school. But the school will have to get better security, and I know that a lot of behaviors cannot be. You can't really detect what's going to happen with the student. And my grandkids said that students just look like a regular student. And
yeah,
so
it's a situation we see far too often in this country, unfortunately.
Exactly.
But Gwendolyn, I'm glad your grandkids are okay. I'm sure you will hug them extra tight tonight. Gwendolyn Cook, we
Yes.
appreciate you sharing your story with us. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And again, that was Gwendolyn Cook. 3 grandkids at that school. Thankfully, her grandkid's okay, but it sounds like at least one of her granddaughter's friends was shot in the arm. I want to go quickly again to our senior investigative correspondent, Aaron Katersky. Aaron, you heard Gwendolyn saying that her grandkids said they heard it was 3 shooters. We know in the aftermath of these things, sometimes information can get crossed like a game of telephone. And she's literally saying this is things being communicated back and forth by text. So what do we know at this point about, we know a suspect in custody. What else do we know in terms of potential for other shooters and where the investigation is now?
Only that there's a potential, because that's what investigators will naturally presume as they dig in to take their first investigative steps here. But it has been some time, more than 2 hours now, since this unfolded about an hour north of Atlanta and Winder, Georgia. The sheriff has confirmed 1 suspect is in custody. Undoubtedly, there are deputies going through that building and trying to make sure that there was only 1 suspect, if in fact that's the case. But they're probably hearing some of the same accounts from the students that are now gathered on the football field, many of them, until they can be dismissed into the custody of their parents. They're hearing all the same accounts about what went on, including the harrowing one that we heard about a gunman potentially knocking at a classroom, hearing gunfire inside the building. This was reported as an active shooter. It is no longer that, but the investigation is just getting started.
And Brad, what does that tell you, that it is no longer reported as an active shooter? You have this woman saying her grandkids say it was 3 shooters. That could just be a rumor. But at what point do you know in the investigation, what are you listening for to know, okay, they got the suspect and they think this was only 1 person and this is really over?
A combination of actual eyewitnesses, what CCTV, assuming they have it in the school, tells you, and the shooter or shooters' story. If we only know supposedly of 1 person in custody, if the scenario just provided by the person you just had on is that there could be 3 shooters, then where are the other 2? And that sort of goes to, if you have 1 live shooter, what he obviously knows who the other 2 shooters are, assuming they're not in custody, or did they get shot at the scene? We just don't know. So it's the combination of all of that, and you have to corroborate that, obviously. And that's why you use all of these elements. You know, eyewitnesses, there's a fallibility, obviously, in eyewitnesses, but thank God we have them, because sometimes they give you these crucial pieces of information that then you can further corroborate.
And Phil, multiple agencies will be working together now to corroborate that.
Absolutely, and unfortunately, they have a lot of experience doing it. And I just want to mention something, because we know we're getting information now about casualties and someone being treated for gunshot wounds, and obviously the firsthand account from the 17-year-old senior who was horrified in the back of his class huddling. We're talking right now about the physical injuries. Because that's most important. Police need to take care of the people who are physically hurt here today. But this 1,900-person school, there are 1,900 students who go to this school. All of them are affected by this. And everybody in this generation is affected by this. And you heard that grandmother already talking about teachers protecting themselves and kids with cell phones. There are a whole slew of issues that come out of a shooting like this that we are only just beginning to talk about.
And Aaron, I'm short on time, but where does this investigation go from here now?
They want to make sure that everything is locked down, right? They want to make sure that everybody is as safe as possible, that injuries are treated, and that school is cleared. If there are multiple shooters, and there's no evidence that there are, with 1 in custody, says the sheriff, but if there are, they want to find them.
All right. Aaron Katersky, Phil Lipoff, Brad Garrett, thank you. And we will continue to follow this breaking news throughout the day here on ABC News Live. Stay with us.
Whenever news breaks,
we are here in Israel, a nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike.
ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland, let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television. Nightline, the stories that shape your world, that shape your life. Dramatic, stunning, empowering, jaw-dropping. The most powerful stories of our time. Nightline, on right after Kimmel and streaming on Hulu. Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here. ABC News Live, honored with 8 Emmy nominations, more than any other streaming news network. And ABC News Live Prime with Linsey Davis, the first and only streaming show nominated for Best Outstanding Live News Program. Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
I'm Rachel Scott on the campaign trail in Pennsylvania. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
And good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kara Phillips. We do begin with breaking news at the top of the hour. A mass shooting at Appalachia High School in Georgia. Police say a suspect is now in custody. Casualties are reported, and officers have flooded the campus. The school located in the town of Winder between Atlanta and Athens, and it's still on lockdown. Joining me now, our senior investigative correspondent, Aaron Katersky, also former chief of detectives for the NYPD, Bob Boyce. So, Aaron, just bring us up to date, everything that we know at this point.
Right now, Kira, the sheriff in Barrow County, Georgia, says there is at least one suspect in custody after gunfire was reported at this high school about an hour north of Atlanta, where students were rushed out and gathered on the football field so they could be reunited with parents. This all unfolded about 2.5 hours ago. Students reported hearing gunfire, including one harrowing account from a student who told us there was gunfire right outside his classroom, and he thought he may have heard a suspect, a gunman, knocking at the door. None of that has been confirmed by the authorities. All they say is there is one person now in custody, multiple casualties, although the exact number and conditions of those individuals have not been made clear. But this is serious enough, Kira, that the White House says President Biden has been briefed.
Okay, well, Bob, law enforcement clearly responding quickly to the scene. What do we know with regard to how fast they got there? There were also reports of a life flight, possibly airlifting somebody from the grounds of the high school there. What do you know?
Well, we saw, if you look at the overhead view of this thing, it's just a sprawling complex. So that's a big challenge. You got to find where this threat is immediately. So you really have to go in very, very quick and very hard. I saw a tremendous response, 5 ambulances, a helicopter, which they used, all kinds of things shutting down roads. You see it everywhere. Tremendous response from different multi-agencies. So we don't know exactly the details of it, but it's impressive the way they came. Unfortunately, Kira, we keep getting better at this, but it keeps happening, and that's the big problem here.
So I'm just looking at a few details here about, I used to live in Atlanta, Georgia, not far from Winder. And so I was trying to figure out how far that was from where I used to live. It's about an hour outside of Atlanta for folks that may not know the area. About 18,000 people live in Winder. The school system there, the 24th largest school district in the state of Georgia. And it looks like there are about 15,000 students there in the area, about 1,900 students enrolled there at Appalachia High School. Aaron, are we learning anything about this suspect? Do we know if the suspect was a student, age, description, anything yet about the suspect?
Nothing about the suspect, Kira, other than there's one suspect in custody, according to the sheriff. Students, as I say, have been giving descriptions about what they believe they heard, what some may have seen, so the investigators may have something to go on. If there are internal cameras in the school, they'll know a lot more. But the information is all over the place. We talked to a grandmother of 3 students in that high school who said that they were telling her there may have been 3 suspects, and we don't know any of that. Right now, the sheriff only says one suspect is in custody, and there are multiple casualties. We've heard from one of the local hospitals, Grady Hospital, a level 1 trauma center. They're treating at least one gunshot victim, so at least one person appears to have been shot. There may be others as well, Kira.
And apparently there were cameras that were operating there on school grounds. Bob, clearly that's going to help a lot with regard to what happened, not only the cameras outside of the school, but also within the school. How quickly do you think they'll be able to turn that around just to lead to more information here?
Sure, almost instantly. The first thing you do is after you secure the thing, you do 2 things. You go in there and grab a video to see if anybody else is involved, as Aaron alluded to. It seems to be a singular person at this point. But I did see 3 or 4 cars take off almost immediately from the scene after it was called off. That tells me they're going to the suspect's house to lock that down as well, to see if there's any more evidence or anything happened there. We've seen that happen before, where people were killed at that suspect's house. So I've seen that take off. I'm assuming that's what that was, that someone took off in that direction to go right to that spot. So he's probably, or she's probably identified almost immediately.
Also, 2 special agents from the FBI are there now on the scene helping with local law enforcement. Let's just talk about how this is going to grow from an agency perspective, Bob, and everybody that's going to get involved, especially if there are reports out there that it could have been 1 or more suspects involved in this shooting. It sounds like it's not absolutely confirmed that it was 1.
It's not. And federal partnerships are really important because you get the federal databases and their resources. So you really want, if you find the weapon, you want to track that down immediately, find out where it came from, and do some research on that, and to see who else might be involved. Go to social media. The federal agencies are very well versed in that, telephone investigations. So they play a big part, even though the primary is still the sheriff's office in Barrow County.
So, Bob, what do you think about the fact that they had all the students gathering on the football field as they started contacting parents to come get their students? A lot of times they want to get students away from campus, and they set up a pickup point, farther away from the scene. What does that tell us, the fact that they, kept everybody there on campus?
It seems there's a sense of immediacy there to take them out of the building and put them in the football field, which is a fairly large complex as well. It's a little unusual. In most places, in the classrooms, they'll shelter in place, and that's what will happen there. That's probably what's going on right now. They have to free those folks up, those students up, and there's faculty from those locations. It's a big school. It's like you said before, it's 1,900 kids. So move them out immediately, move them out into the football field at a safe range that you can live with at that point. And these are all tactics that you're dealing with through prior training and type of thing that everybody gets together and does these things. So that's all prior training. Get them out of the area immediately so you can identify the target and you make them safe. So that's probably what happened there. But we'll hear more when the sheriff's office does the press conference, exactly why that tactic is used.
And do we know, Aaron, if indeed we are going to hear from, I know that there's probably a lot of family members, parents even, that are going to want more information and want some type of press conference as they are trying to get to the scene or can't get there. Do we have any idea if we are going to hear from law enforcement at any time or someone from the school with more information? Are you getting word of any type of press conference?
Nothing yet, but undoubtedly one will occur. The sheriff in Barrow County just arrived on scene a short while ago, so he may be gathering information and preparing to release what he knows. There are about 1,900 students enrolled in that high school, so that's potentially hundreds and hundreds of families that are awaiting word as to what happened, who the suspect is, what they know about that individual as to motive, and why this school was seemingly targeted just weeks into the start of the new school year there in Georgia.
Right, and you were mentioning you were getting some reports and information about patients taken to the local hospital there. I understand one hospital, according to a source, saying that they are still treating patients with gunshot wounds. Do we know by chance how many folks were taken to the area hospitals? Were they teachers? Were they students? Have we been able to confirm any of that, Aaron?
Yeah, precious little information, I'm afraid, Kira. The one level 1 trauma center in the area, Grady Hospital, confirms to us that they're treating at least one gunshot victim, but we haven't heard any other numbers or any conditions of any of these victims, or you know, even how many there are. The sheriff says there are casualties, which could mean either deaths or injuries, and the sheriff's statement was not specific. And again, he says one suspect is in custody, and you'd think they'd know by now whether it's just one or whether there are additional. They've no doubt been through video footage. If they're comfortable leaving students on the football field, that may suggest that they're comfortable it was just one suspect who is in custody, but we're still waiting to find out from the sheriff. We also know the FBI, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, have responded. So all measure of law enforcement's being brought to bear in what's really the early moments of this investigation.
Got it. And just a quick recap for those that are joining us right now. This incident unfolding around 10:20 a.m. this morning when officers from multiple agencies and fire and EMS personnel were dispatched to the Appalachia High School here in Winder, Georgia, just an hour outside of Athens. They were getting reports of an active shooter. Now we can tell you one suspect, at least one suspect, is in custody. The students have been taken out of the high school there. They all gathered on the football field. Family, friends, parents have been able to come and get their student, but we're still learning a lot, or still waiting to learn more details about this suspect and a motive here in right now. One of the first, sadly, the first mass shooting we are reporting on now since the school year has started. Let's go ahead and check in with our ABC News local affiliate WSB there in Atlanta. We're going to just check in on their continuing coverage of this shooting at Appalachia High School in Georgia. Right now, we can confirm that they are officials right now treating multiple gunshot victims. One person, like I said, is in custody. Let's go ahead and listen in to our ABC station.
Take a lot of time to heal from this. A while ago, Channel 2's Richard Elliott talked about the Department of Behavioral Health and how people who need help can call this number to get the help they need. I want to say it again, 988. If you're having trouble coping, this is too much for you, and trust me, it's too much for a lot of people. We understand that. We're trying to walk you through what's going on here, but if you need help, call 988. And we're getting more information right now as you're seeing video of parents trying to make it there. Let's go to Channel 2's Matt Johnson right now. Matt, you've been talking to parents there trying to make their way to the students there. Now, I believe you're actually talking to a student from the school.
Yeah, we're standing where a lot of students and parents are leaving the campus after getting picked up by their parents. I have a student here, a 17-year-old student, who mentioned he could hear the gunshots when they were happening. Just kind of walk me through where you were and what happened.
So I was in the, I was coming from the vending machine in the lunchroom, and I went to the library to get a book, and I walked out of the library, and someone walked in, and the next thing I know, I just hear a gunshot, but like, I don't know if it was them or not, because I ran back to the class that I was in.
Yeah, well, how many shots did you hear?
Like 3.
Wow. How far away do you think you were from where it happened?
At least like 100 feet, at least.
What was going through your mind when it all happened?
We'll continue to follow our live coverage there of our ABC station, WSB, but we are being told now there is a police presser going on there in Winder. Let's listen in.
Lift up our community. I want to give our sympathies to our community, our school system, our kids, our parents that had to witness this today. Obviously, what you see behind us is an evil thing today. At about 9:30 this morning, we received the first call that there was an active shooter in on this campus. We're not releasing any information as far as injuries, but we have multiple injuries. This is a very, very fluid investigation. It's very early. And I have asked the assistance of the GBI and the agencies here behind me today, and there are multiple agencies that responded this morning to help us and help the sheriff's office. We do have a suspect in custody, and we are asking for your patience as the media to please let us get the facts that we need to make sure we get this right. Again, I've asked the GBI to help us, the sheriff's office, to help us along with this. I know this is not what you want to hear, but I'm not going to answer questions after this is over with. But I wanted to give you the respect and our community respect to let them know what was going on initially. We're in the process of reunifying our students with their parents. Obviously, that's chaotic, but we want to be respectful of them and their privacy as well. I want to thank the state, the federal agencies, the local agencies that showed up today, as you can see, the multiple EMS and fire from other agencies that responded today. Again, I ask that you lift up Barrow County Schools, lift up Appalachia, lift up our agencies. This is going to take multiple days for us to get answers as to what happened and why this happened. But I wanted to give you a statement. It is our hope, in conjunction with these people behind us, that we can give you another statement around 4 o'clock, because I know you have to go back on the air. That is my hope. But I wanted to be fluid with you all, understanding that it's fluid as well with this investigation. I appreciate you being patient with us. Again, it's very active and is ever developing. Every minute is developing on what we're finding. So we're going to have releases from other schools. Again, we ask that you be patient with us. Please be patient with us. And hopefully I can give you more information or more better information, as you will, if you will, this afternoon. Thank you all for coming out here. We'll be back shortly, okay?
Sheriff, it's been widely reported that people are dead. Is that true?
I'm not releasing any information. We have multiple injuries.
Can you say if the person in custody is an adult or a juvenile?
I'm not releasing any information. Guys, I'm not going to answer any more questions this time, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Right now, the priority right now is trying to get the students back with their families. We will be holding a news conference at 4 o'clock. If you're not already following us on Twitter, X, make sure you're following us. We'll be providing updates then. I know there are a lot of details, investigative details. You want more information. That is what the investigators are actively working on right now. Anything to add?
Yeah, so the idea will be to be back here at 4 o'clock, but keep an eye on our social media. If that changes, you'll know it. We'll be able to address, hopefully answer more questions for you, okay? Or be in a position to give you more answers. We'll just have to see how things
We
go.
just realized this was happening. Tell us how many people, what you know about that.
We're not in any kind of position. The sheriff's made his comments. We'll leave it at that. By 4 o'clock, we hope to have a better picture, a bigger, so you can better comprehend what's going on, okay? We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Las autoridades no quisieron dar más información.
All right, this is actually the first live press conference we've been able to tune into out of Winder, Georgia. Here we heard from the Barrow County Sheriff there on high school grounds, and then GBI stepping up just briefly at the mic. We really didn't learn much, except that it was at 9:30 a.m. this morning that law enforcement did receive a call about an active shooter here at Appalachia High School in Winder, Georgia. That's about an hour outside of Atlanta, Georgia. The suspect is in custody. Of course, the sheriff making the point that what happened behind me is pure evil and that they are still trying to gather more details and information on what happened. Interesting to note, he said he would confirm multiple injuries, but he wanted to make no confirmation to the one reporter that asked if there were indeed casualties. He didn't take questions, and now, from what we understand, there will be another press conference at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. So I want to bring our Aaron Katursky, Bob Boyce back into the conversation. So, Aaron, you know, it's reported all over the media that there are casualties, but the sheriff there not wanting to confirm that.
No, he didn't, Kira. He simply called what happened an evil thing and said there were multiple injuries. Significantly, though, he said that the first call for an active shooter at the high school came at 9:30 a.m. That's almost an hour earlier than his initial statement had indicated. So this has been going on for, longer than we initially knew. A suspect is in custody, but he said it's going to take multiple days to sort out everything. But there was precious little information that the sheriff was willing to release at this time, other than to say that the first call came in at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time for an active shooter at the high school, and there are now multiple injuries and a suspect in custody, Kira.
I don't mean to be a pessimist here, Bob Boyce, but, we were reporting, even our affiliate, our ABC station, rather, in Atlanta, WSB, was saying this all unfolded around 10:20 a.m. Now the sheriff's saying that call came in at 9:30 a.m., and I'm trying to figure out here, did they respond right after they got that call, or did it take an hour to get there and respond? I'm trying to sort of figure out the timeline here. What are you getting from what the sheriff just said?
I'm with you and Aaron. The timeline has just changed an hour. And so we have to figure out why that happened, if there's something that didn't come in clearly. So he's almost 4 hours into this, if that's true. About 9:30. He may have misspoke, I can't say. But now we're 4 hours into it, so a little more information should have been forthcoming. But we don't know. And then now this particular sheriff was pushed about to 4 o'clock, so we have to wait till then. But I would look to social media to hopefully that the sheriff's department puts something out on Twitter, so people will know exactly what happened. And I understand about the casualty parts. That conversation you really don't want to have. But a number would have been suffice, but not the ages or anything else like that. It's a little too early for that. But the number of casualties would have been better to hear at this point. But we'll know more at 4 o'clock. And he sounds like he's juggling a lot in this investigation through the FBI and other state agencies like the GBL.
So really no new information. I don't know if we can dip into our live coverage with our ABC station WSB again to see what the reporter there on the scene has been able to tell us. I know they've been talking to students, grabbing students to try to find out if they're good. We'll dip in then. But if you are just tuning in, these are live pictures. Actually, these are pictures from earlier. I'm sorry, out of Winder, Georgia, where there was a mass shooting this morning at Appalachia High School. Schools, depending on where you live, school's been in for a week or two. Some schools are just starting this week after Labor Day. Sadly, it didn't take very long for us to have to witness another school shooting. We know that one suspect is in custody. There have been reports out there that there are casualties. However, the sheriff that just held a press conference would not confirm that. He just said there are multiple injuries. We do know that there are patients being treated with gunshot wounds wounds at an area hospital. And previously we were reporting this unfolded around 10:20 a.m. Now we're learning from the sheriff that they actually got a call about an active shooter at Appalachia High School at 9:30 a.m. Let's go ahead, dip into WSB, our ABC station there in Atlanta, Georgia, to see what the reporters on the ground are able to get.
With their kids, taking them home. The Sheriff's Department said that their goal right now is to reunite parents with their kids. And you can just imagine what a terrible feeling it is not to know, to hear about something going on at your child's school, and then to have to make your way there and have so many obstacles to get there, and just to see all of the sea of law enforcement and medical personnel there today.
And the time now is 1:21. It's been about 3 hours since this began, about 3 hours since these students have been sent out to the track. We heard at one point that there might have been a need to count them to make sure that they had accounted for everyone who was inside the school when all of this started. Throughout these live pictures that we've been showing you, we've seen a lot more people walking toward the school than walking away from the school. Some are able to get in contact with their kids, but then had to pull back. Another parent was waiting with them, or they needed to go pick up another child in another situation. Parents have work, other family members to look out for at this point. But as Fred said, just a sea of law enforcement and emergency response personnel in the area around Appalachia High School in Barrow County in Winder. There is a traffic situation they're trying to keep an eye on to make sure that ambulances can come and go, because as I said, it's been about 3 hours since this started, and it's unclear whether students even had time to pick up their backpack or their lunch or a water bottle.
Right.
And what they are able to access from the track right now as they reunite with their friends and family and try to get a sense of what happened this morning inside Appalachia High School.
And Linda, our reporters have been talking to parents out there who raced to talk to their children at the situation. We spoke to a mother who talked to her child about what they saw.
Oh, my child was in his classroom, and so the shooter was shooting across from the classroom. So his coach had ended up blocking his door and locking the door to prevent the shooter from coming in his classroom. So, yes. Shock. I'm shocked because, I mean, this is Barrow County and stuff like this never happens here. So, it's shocking. I mean, like, a lot of kids are in shock and crying, and parents, you know, because we didn't think this would ever happen here.
And when you hear that, it gives you just a feeling of how intense the situation is. You rush there to see if your children are okay, and there's just so much going on, including this live view right here of the intense police presence in Appalachia High School there in Winder, Georgia, in Barrow County. And you see a lot of law enforcement still there. The Sheriff's Department said something I found very interesting. This is developing every second of every minute. They're still learning information. Courtney Francisco told us a short while ago that the suspect has been neutralized. And she didn't say if there was more than one suspect in this situation, but we are working to get more information. Throughout this whole ordeal, as you've seen parents go to the school, you've seen a lot of police activity, except for one piece of video we showed you earlier. You haven't seen a lot of intense activity with law enforcement there. One video segment we showed you, they were crouched down right by the building, moving across the grass. You saw that, but for the most part, everything has been relatively calm on the outside. However, what you know for sure is no one is that calm on the inside when you go through something like this.
And everyone has a job to do, and they know what their job is in this moment. But I know what you're saying. There hasn't been sort of a standoff view or something like that. So however the shooter was neutralized, it must have happened pretty quickly for them to appear from the outside, to not be running around and the kind of scene that Fred was just describing. But reflecting on what the mother said that we spoke to just moments ago, saying you never thought it would happen here. And that's what so many people are dealing with now. Can't believe this happened here at our school, at Appalachia High School in Barrow County and Winder. Again, we can tell you that 3 people have been shot and wounded. 2 are getting treatment in the area, 1 in Winder, in Barrow County area, 1 in Gainesville at Northeast Georgia Medical Center, another airlifted to Grady Hospital. We have seen GBI pull up and arrive at Grady Hospital to be around the shooting victim there. We have seen ambulances come in and out and respond to the crowds outside the track at the high school. That's where students were evacuated right away. We have seen car after car after car pull up as parents walk and run and get there as quickly as they can to the school. Some telling us that they were able to hug their child, a hug like they've never given their child before, make contact with their child.
Yeah, you can imagine the minute that parent saw their child, they were doing more than hugging that child, holding on to them more than likely. You've been listening to our ABC station out of Atlanta, Georgia, WSB. They are carrying pictures now of an earlier scene where a mass shooting has taken place at Appalachia High School there in Winder, Georgia. That's about an hour outside of Atlanta. We can tell you right now, the sheriff just held a press conference confirming that a suspect is in custody. Would not confirm casualties, but our sources telling us there has been a loss of life. We can confirm that video did capture a life flight helicopter bringing at least 1 patient out of there, and that a local area hospital has been treating other patients with gunshot wounds. We are following all the latest development here as we're monitoring our local station and our sources bring us information on what we can tell you, as this really, we don't have a lot at this point with regard to who the shooter is, what the motive was here. All we can tell you, sadly, is that after a month of these students being in school, we are already talking about our first mass shooting of the school year. We're going to take a quick break. We have a lot more news and breaking news coverage ahead.
Whenever news breaks,
We are here in Israel, a nation at war after that brutal surprise attack by Hamas.
On the ground in Ukraine, reporting from Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this little town.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
In Iceland. Let's go.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines. From southern Israel.
Outside the Gaza Strip.
In Beirut.
From the FBI.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there.
You're streaming
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different.
The critics agree.
Hated the Brat Pack. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense?
Andrew? I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything. Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium.
1985? I think we could have.
ABC News Live, honored with 8 Emmy nominations, more than any other streaming news network. And ABC News Live Prime with Linsey Davis, the first and only streaming show nominated for Best Outstanding Live News Program. This is ABC News Live. They both want to be your next president. Now, Donald Trump, Kamala Harris, face to face. The ABC News presidential debate, moderated by David Muir and Linsey Davis. Tuesday, live on ABC and streaming on Hulu and Disney+.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. You are watching breaking news here on ABC News Live. Sadly, we are reporting about a mass shooting just 1 month into the school year for Appalachia High School just outside of Atlanta, Georgia. The area is Winder, Georgia. The school on lockdown. A suspect is in custody. Casualties have been reported, although we cannot confirm that. Numerous news agencies are reporting that there have been deaths that have occurred, possibly including a teenager teacher. The sheriff came out moments ago there, the Barrow County Sheriff, saying, Judge Smith, saying he would not confirm the deaths, that there are multiple injuries. But as I said, a number of media outlets reporting that there have been individuals that have been killed. We don't know anything about a motive or a suspect yet. We can just tell you that everything unfolded at 9:30 a.m. this morning when law enforcement got calls of an active shooter. With me now, our Faith Abube. She operates out of Atlanta, Georgia. As soon as this went down, she headed to the scene there. Faith, as you arrived, have you been able to talk to anybody, get a sense of what it's like there on high school grounds right now?
Well, Kara, what struck me as we were pulling up to the scene here is just the number of vehicles that are just parked just along the way, about half a mile away from the school. Parents just parking anywhere they could on people's front lawns, on the side of the road, just rushing to the school to try to reunite with their kids, hopefully that their kids are okay. At this point, you can still see it's an active scene. You have law enforcement officers still here, their emergency vehicles still here, lights on and everything. The active shooter portion of this has now been contained at this point, but this investigation is just now beginning. The sheriff said this is still a fluid situation. They don't have a lot of concrete information to share at this point, other than the fact that there is one suspect that is in custody. This happened early this morning, just about a couple of hours after school started this morning. And we heard from one student who said that at one point they heard knocking on their classroom door. They thought that it may perhaps be, it might have been the shooter there. And the knocking just kept going and going, eventually stopped. They heard more gunshots and people screaming in the hallway. And so at this point, we're still waiting on details about how many casualties. Police have used the word casualties at this point. That could mean deaths, that could mean injuries. We don't know at this point how many people are affected by this in terms of the physical injuries, but we do know there are people who are being treated. At least one person was flown to the hospital, a level 1 trauma center, Grady Hospital in the Atlanta area. We're now about an hour away from Atlanta, northeast of Atlanta. And again, the scene is very active. Parents are just frantically just trying to find their kids, trying to call them, figure out where they are, making sure that they are safe at this point. Kara.
Got it. And Faith, I hope you can stay with us, but feel free. I'm going to bring Bob Boyce into the conversation here. If you are able to get any students or any other information, any live interviews, by all means, please bring them right to us. We're going to stay in rolling coverage. So, Bob, while Faith is working the story and working the scene there, we really don't have a lot of details at this point. But there are a number of agencies now there on the campus of that high school, starting clearly trying to gather as much evidence as possible for this investigation. Kind of take us through what's happening right now. There are still students there at the high school, so clearly they want to get every student matched up with friend, family, and off-campus grounds. But my guess is they are going through video cameras now, right, inside those hallways, classrooms, on the outside, and then what other key parts of evidence will they be looking at if indeed it's true that the shooter was inside that school for a bit of time, knocking on doors and opening fire?
Yeah, Kara, those details, those little points right there go to a timeline, and you have to put that together. Now, no information or little information begets misinformation. So I'm surprised we're not hearing more at this juncture. The big thing is the determination of the threat, and that got out, and that's important to put out. But other things as well, the reunification center, where is that? Giving maybe a blast text information for people. That's shelter in place, and I will tell you this: these protocols that we've had since Columbine and in its evolution save lives. And that's important. When we hear one witness said that her son was, her son's teacher blocked the door and closed the door. That very easily could have saved lives. And that's what's important in these things. Does the protocols work? And that's what we're hearing now, because we're hearing it from witnesses, because we're not getting information in regards to anything else yet. And it takes a while to understand, to get. But someone should be talking to the press corps right now of details that they do know.
So there are other media agencies that are reporting deaths. We cannot confirm that at this point, but we do know that an area hospital has received a number of patients, treating those patients for gunshot wounds. You know, usually by now, we're what, Bob, about 4 hours into this. It happened at 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. We had been reporting it happened an hour later than that. I guess that's my first question, is why the discrepancy of an hour? You would think if calls went down at 9:30 a.m. Eastern time, that law enforcement would have been on the scene within minutes. But once the media started talking about this mass shooting, it wasn't till an hour in, apparently, since they got this call. Are you kind of concerned about possibly this hour in question, or am I reading too much into it?
No, I'm concerned on the timeline. Exactly when the first officers got there, the 9/11 call, exactly in the response time, but also is there security at the school? A lot of these high schools have security officers there. Did they engage? What are they telling us? That's important as well. We don't know any of that right now. So we're left to speculate on the dribs and drabs of information that comes out. So that change in the timeline is dramatic. And if it's happened at 9:30 versus 10:30, 10:39, I think was the actual number early released, that's a big difference. And so what happened in that time frame? I have no doubt the police, as soon as they heard, came in force, which we can see. But that initial information getting out, the first shots fired, when did it happen? And when was the first officer on the scene? And what immediacy did they go into? In protocols, you go in immediately with your partner and you go in there and you stop the threat. That's the protocol across the country. So we have to know if that happened or not, and then what actions were taken. But again, we're left to speculate at this point.
We are getting some quotes in by some students that were interviewed by ABC. Senior Sergio Caldera, 17 years old, said he was in chemistry class when he heard the gunshots. Okay, I want to take you now to the Department of Justice. Actually, AG Merrick Garland is set to tell us information with regard to Russia putting out this disinformation campaign aimed at impacting the 2024 election. He may say something about this shooting as well, so let's listen in.
Democracy itself. In just a few minutes, the task force here will meet to discuss its continuing work in advance of the upcoming election. But before we begin, I want to address the tragic shooting that occurred this morning at a high school in Winder, Georgia. We are still gathering information, but the FBI and ATF are on the scene, working with state, local, and federal partners. I'm devastated for the families who have been affected by this terrible tragedy. The Justice Department stands ready to provide any resources or support that the Winder community needs in the days ahead. Before I get to the work of the task force, I also want to announce two major law enforcement actions that the Justice Department is taking that are separate from the important work of this task force, but are part of our broader effort to protect our elections from unlawful interference of any kind. First, this morning we unsealed an indictment in the Southern District of New York of Konstantin Kalashnikov and Elena Afanasieva, two Russian-based employees of RT, a Russian state-controlled media outlet. They are charged with conspiring to commit money laundering and to violate the Foreign Agents Registration Act. That law, enacted nearly a century ago, was enacted to ensure that the American people were informed when a foreign power engages in political activities or seeks to influence public discourse. The American people are entitled to know when a foreign power is attempting to exploit our country's free exchange of ideas in order to send around its own propaganda. The company never disclosed to the, and that is what we alleged happened in this case. In the wake of Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, RT, which was then known as Russia Today, was dropped by its American distributors. The company ceased its formal operations in the United States, and the European Union, the UK, and Canada banned RT's broadcasting. But as RT itself has boasted, the government of Russia continued to use RT to direct disinformation and propaganda. In the wake of Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine, RT's editor-in-chief said the company had built, quote, an entire empire of covert projects designed to shape public opinion in Western audiences. We allege that as part of that effort, RT and its employees, including the defendants, implemented a nearly $10 million scheme to fund and direct a Tennessee-based company to publish and disseminate content deemed favorable to the Russian government. To implement this scheme, the defendants directed the company to contract with U.S.-based social media influencers to share this content on their platforms. The subject matter and content of many of the videos published by the company were often consistent with Russia's interest in amplifying U.S. domestic divisions in order to weaken U.S. opposition to core Russian interests, particularly its ongoing war in Ukraine. The company never disclosed to the influencers or to their millions of followers its ties to RT and the Russian government. Instead, the defendants and the company claimed that the company was sponsored by a private investor. But that private investor was a fictitious persona. The charges unsealed this morning do not represent the end of the investigation. It remains active and ongoing. In a separate enforcement action, the Justice Department is seizing 32 internet domains that the Russian government and the Russian-sponsored actors have used to engage in a covert campaign to interfere and influence the outcome of our country's elections. As alleged in our court filings, President Vladimir Putin's inner circle, including Sergei Kirillenko, directed Russian public relations companies to promote disinformation and state-sponsored narratives as part of a program to influence the 2024 U.S. presidential election. An internal planning document created by the Kremlin states that as a goal of the campaign is securing Russia's preferred outcome in the election. The online infrastructure used by the Russian public relations company, known as the Social Design Agency, or SDA, and related actors, included what are sometimes referred to as cyber-squatted domains. These websites were designed to appear to American readers as if they were major U.S. news sites like the Washington Post or Fox News. But in fact, they were fake sites. They were filled with Russian government propaganda that had been created by the Kremlin to reduce international support for Ukraine, bolster pro-Russian policies and interests, and influence voters in the United States and in other countries. Internal documents of the Kremlin describe the content as, quote, bogus stories disguised as newsworthy events, close quote. This malign influence campaign has been referred to as doppelganger. The Russian public relations companies drove viewers to these websites by deploying influencers and paid social media advertisements. They also created fake social media profiles, posing as U.S. citizens, post comments on social media platforms with links to the sites. According to SDA's records, it actively sought to, quote, eliminate the possibility of detection of the Russian footprint. Both of the schemes I have just discussed make clear the ends to which the Russian government, including at its highest levels, is willing to go to undermine our democratic process. But the enforcement actions I have discussed also make clear that the Justice Department will aggressively counter such efforts. And the same is true of the entire United States government. Today, our colleagues at the State and Treasury Departments are announcing parallel actions in both of these matters. Unfortunately, we know that Russia is not the only foreign power seeking to interfere in our elections. As the U.S. intelligence community noted 2 weeks ago, we have observed increasingly aggressive Iranian activity during this election cycle. That includes recently reported activities by Iran to compromise former President Trump's campaign and to avoid an election outcome that it regards as against its interests. Those recently reported Iranian activities also include efforts to obtain access to individuals who themselves have access to the presidential campaigns of both political parties. The Justice Department's message is clear. We have no tolerance for attempts by authoritarian regimes to exploit our democratic system of government. We will be relentlessly aggressive in countering and disrupting attempts by Russia and Iran, as well as China or any other foreign malign actor to interfere in our elections and undermine our democracy. Now I will turn back to the topic of today's meeting. Just as we are dedicated to combating foreign threats to our elections, we are equally dedicated to confront domestic threats against the public servants who administer our elections. Since the 2020 election, we have seen an unprecedented spike in threats against the public servants who do administer our elections. Election officials, workers, and volunteers in communities across the country have been targeted with heinous acts and threats of violence. The following are a few examples of successful enforcement actions that the Justice Department has taken over the past year. In New Mexico, county commissioners and other elected officials were targeted with a series of shootings that the department has alleged in court papers were organized by an unsuccessful candidate for the state legislature who claimed that the election had been, quote, rigged against him. At least 3 of the shootings occurred while the intended victims or their children or their family members were at home. In February, 2 shooters who we alleged were recruited by the candidate pled guilty to carrying out the attacks. In March, the candidate himself was charged in a 13-count superseding indictment. In Arizona, a man sent a state election official a bomb threat warning that if she did not resign within 2 days, quote, the explosive device impacted in her personal space would be detonated. In March, the man was sentenced to 3.5 years in prison for making that threat. In Maricopa County, Arizona, an elections official, a county attorney, and their families were threatened by a defendant who called for, quote, a mass shooting of poll workers and election officials in precincts he believed had, quote, suspect results. His revolting comments included, quote, dead children burn into the memories of people. The county attorney who had been targeted later reported that he, his wife, and 4 children had been assigned round-the-clock protection and issued body armor in response to the threat. And the elections official who was targeted said in a victim impact statement that, quote, while I am the person directly threatened by this case, the impact of such threats is felt by a much larger community. The thousands of committed election workers who operate our democratic processes. When threats are made against any election worker, the impact reverberates throughout the entire community. That defendant was sentenced to 3.5 years in prison. In recent months, our enforcement actions have continued. In July, we secured the guilty plea of an Alabama man who repeatedly threatened to kill Maricopa County election workers and officials. In one particularly chilling message, he said, quote, you better not come in my church, my business, or send your kids to my school. You are stupid if you think you are safe. His sentencing is scheduled for next month. Also in July, the Justice Department secured a 14-month sentence for a man who sent a death threat to a Michigan election worker. In a voicemail, he said, quote, 10 million plus patriots will surround you when you least expect it. And he added, we'll kill you. Less than 2 weeks ago, we charged and arrested a Colorado man for allegedly threatening the lives of election officials, judges, and law enforcement officials in both Colorado and Arizona. As I have said before, and I will reiterate again today, these cases are a warning. If you threaten to harm or kill an election worker or official or volunteer, the Justice Department will find you, and we will hold you accountable. In a democracy, people vote and argue and debate, often loudly, in order to achieve the policy outcomes they desire. And the Justice Department will continue to relentlessly protect the rights of all Americans to peacefully express their opinions, beliefs, and ideas. But the promise of our democracy is that people will not employ violence to achieve their preferred outcomes. The public servants who administer our elections must be able to do their jobs without fearing for their lives. That is why this task force has been marshaling the full resources of the Justice Department to aggressively investigate and prosecute threats targeting election workers, officials, and volunteers. And we will continue to do so in the months ahead, when the task force will build on the partnerships with state and local election officials and law enforcement officials tasked with protecting them. Since March, the task force has participated in more than 25 convenings, engagements, trainings, tabletop exercises, including both with our law enforcement partners and with our partners in the election community nationwide. Over the next several weeks, task force representatives will be on the ground meeting with election workers. And in early November, both in advance of and after Election Day, the FBI will be hosting federal partners at its headquarters command center to address events, issues, and potential crimes related to the elections in real time. Election officials and administrators do not need to navigate this threat environment alone. We are here to support them and to make sure they can safely carry out their critical work. Protecting our democracy and protecting our elections was a founding purpose when the Justice Department was established in 1870. The department answered that charge then, and we will answer that charge today as we confront those who would use violence or threats of violence to attack those who administer our elections. And now I'd like to ask the Deputy Attorney General to make some remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Attorney General, and good afternoon, everyone. I also want to start by expressing my sympathies to the families who have been impacted by yet another horrific act of gun violence, this time in Winder, Georgia. I also want to extend the department's support for and solidarity with the members of law enforcement and community members who are responding to this tragedy. Now, we are fewer than 65 days out from the election, and this convening reflects
2024 elections. You just heard it from AG Merrick Garland, the DOJ seizing 32 internet domains they say have been used by the Russian government and government-sponsored actors to engage in what they're calling the doppelganger influence campaign by spreading propaganda intended to reduce international support for Ukraine, bolster support for pro-Russian policies, and in turn influence American voters here at home as we are just weeks away from our election. For months, the Biden administration has been publicly warning of Russia's efforts to do this and influence Americans through disinformation and propaganda to try and create this distrust within our election process. Our Justice and Homeland Security reporter, Jack Date, has been following what we've been listening to as well. So bottom line, Jack, what does this mean? The Russians don't win, or do we still need to be worried here?
Well, I think what it means is the Russians never stop, right? The Russians have been at it for decades. We saw it most acutely, most recently in 2016, again in 2020. They're still at it in 2024. They haven't stopped. They find new means and methods. This one that the Justice Department acted on today takes out these basically internet hosting sites that they're pushing propaganda through. Basically, they are pushing through fake articles posing as made to look like articles that are from reliable news sources like the Washington Post or and others. And so they completely fabricated a lot of this propaganda and pushed it out to these sites that were spoofing real websites to try to trick people into believing their propaganda. And this has been a persistent effort. This particular operation, Doppelganger, goes straight to the top. They have evidence that they describe in these court records that go all the way to Putin's inner circle. So this is a very concerted effort to continue to sow distrust in the United States to push things that are agenda items for the Russians, including their war in Ukraine that they're prosecuting, and to try to tip U.S. public opinion in their direction. They've also been acted in political ways as well. So, this is a nonstop effort by the Russians. In addition to that, they charged 2 people associated with the Russian television network RT. That is also considered sort of a state-owned propaganda arm, effectively, of the Russian government.
All right, Jack Dante, appreciate it. We'll continue, of course, to follow that press conference happening there over at DOJ. At the same time, we're following that breaking news story out of Winder, Georgia. That's an hour outside of Atlanta. We reported a couple of hours ago, actually 9:30 Eastern time is when the call of an active shooter came into the sheriff's department. We didn't learn about what was happening at this high school, Appalachia High School, until about an hour later. While the questions remain about the timeline, what we do know, according to GBI, is that there was a suspect that was reported to be taken into custody. The GBI now saying that suspect has been neutralized. There are reports from students there that have come on camera and described hearing gunshots, hearing a voice of a shooter in the hallway. And we also had pictures of a life flight helicopter coming in, landing on campus there, taking at least 1 patient away, in addition to a local area hospital confirming that they were working on patients with gunshot wounds as well. Still waiting for much more information who this suspect was, if indeed that suspect has been neutralized. I want to bring in Bob Boyce, former detective for NYPD. He's been tracking this with us, in addition to Faith Abube, who's there on the campus. Faith, I see you have a student with you. Let's just get right to you while we have a student. The time is yours.
Come in peace.
Yeah, Kara, before we talk to Charlene here, who's a student, she's a 12th grader, I just wanted to point out that we just heard an ambulance just leave the scene, lights on, the sirens on as well. We're not sure whether it was carrying an injured victim from the scene, whether it was related to the shooting or whether it was an injury of any other kind, but I just wanted to point that out to you as we turn here to Charlene Martinez. Charlene says she was in the classroom with a substitute teacher with other students when they started hearing gunshots. Tell me, how did all of that play out?
Okay, so I was in the classroom, and basically, I was just like doing my work, and like some minutes after, like I heard some gunshots, and it appeared to be like they were like that, and basically after that, sorry, it's gonna forget.
No, it's okay. How did so after you guys heard the gunshots, how did your substitute teacher react? How were students in the classroom reacting after
they didn't really know like how gunshots sounded, so they were like really like shocked by the noise. They thought that something fell like out there in the bathroom or something, because like in the hallway there's like a bathroom right there. So we all thought that it was something that in the bathroom that fell, or like the kids playing around or something. So we thought that was a thing until like we were like all looking at each other, like, and the light on top of the classroom started turning red. So that's when like we were like, no, this is serious. So that's whenever like we all like shook to the corner, and somebody closed the door. I don't know who closed the door, but somebody closed the door, and then they started stacking up tables like on top of the.
So barricading the door.
Like barricading, like keeping it safe. And after that, like the announcements came on, and that's when like they were like it's a hard lockdown, intruder drill, and then we were all like kids started crying, kids started freaking out, like everybody was just there, like, and we were just like all like laying down, and I was just telling everybody like it's okay, like God got us, like we're gonna be okay, like nothing's gonna happen. And I was like, it's probably like some kids messing around or something, and everybody was just like shocked for a minute, like just there, like sitting there, and they didn't know like what to do.
Were you ever scared for your life?
I mean, yeah, I was scared, but like I try to keep everybody comfortable, like, and good. So I was just telling everybody like it's gonna be okay, like don't worry, like, and I was just making them laugh, like telling them things about like life and stuff. I was like, oh, isn't this like crazy, like telling them, because with like in our small town, like we'd never really would expect something like this to happen.
It's
Right.
crazy.
You were telling me earlier you have been through active shooter drills here at the school.
Yes,
You've been
we
in the
have.
school for several years now. You're a senior, but you never actually thought that it would play out like this in real life.
Never. I thought it was like things that never would occur here, because like this area is really calm and it's like really like nothing's really happening here. But now like a lot of population like has increased and stuff. So I think that's what makes the difference now.
So at some point you guys were able to evacuate your classroom. Tell me about that.
Okay, so first like we heard like police officers going in. I don't know if it was the SWAT team or who it was, but we heard police officers coming in the hallways because you can hear them like saying stuff. So basically they were just going around, and then at first they were just looking. They did like one route, I guess, and then they did a second route, and then they like came in, but they came in like pointing their like guns out at everybody, and they're telling us like, do y'all know everybody in your classroom? Do y'all know everybody in here? And then we were like, yeah, we do, like, and then they were like, okay. And then that's whenever they were like, okay, just stay here put for a minute. And they went around doing that again. And then on the third round, like they came back and actually told us that we could like, we're leaving. So they were like, let's go, let's evacuate. That's when we started like heading out. But they told us we couldn't take none of our stuff. So I grabbed my book bag and I just took everything out, but I managed to get my keys and everything that was mine.
So a lot of people still have their items still in those classrooms.
Yes,
they were
all
able.
their book bags, everything.
Wow.
Was in there. Or like I think kids did take some, but I don't really think so because I didn't see nobody with their book bags. Well, no, they weren't allowing because they had it like this.
Yeah. For about an hour or so, we saw a video overhead from helicopters showing just hundreds of people near the football field. Can you tell me about that?
Oh yeah, they were telling everybody to go into the football fields. I don't know, they were just like telling us to stay there, like go there and just like be there. But they weren't like allowing nobody to come outside. They were just like allowing people to come inside. And apparently they were doing like head count to see how many people were in and out. But like at that time, like we heard that like they only found one shooter, but people are saying there's three. We don't know how many there are. We don't know who the shooter is. But we do know like what my friend saw.
And you were telling me you had to give a statement to police as part of...
Yeah, before exiting, we had to give out our statement to the police officers and like the people there in front, because they had a line that said you can leave here, like if you didn't hear or like see anything, so you can, it was a faster lane. And on this lane, it was like they were letting people write their statement down before they left.
And just finally, just tell me, just having been through something like this, how are you feeling now that you've had a chance to process all of this?
I mean, it's sad. Like, this is all sad because, like, people, like, I know my sister knows, like, one of the kids that got shot. And it's like, we all know these people. And, like, this is, like, a community. Like, Appalachia, like, mostly all the kids know each other. They know each other from other people. They know, like, they're all connected. Everybody's connected. Like, we all know each other somehow. And it's, like, kind of sad to see, like, people that got shot. But I don't know who, like, died or anything. But I seen a video, like, somebody sent me a video where, like, somebody was, like, it was a teacher dead on the ground. But we don't really know.
Well, Shirley, I'm glad you're okay and your sister is okay as well. Kara, we've heard from other students who had similar accounts as well, who believe that they know some of these casualties. At this point, police are not actually confirming whether there have been any deaths, but they do say there have been injuries. At least one person is being treated at a level 1 trauma center, Grady Hospital in Atlanta. And so right now we're just waiting for another update in just a couple of hours or so. And so scene is still active at this point. There are still students here who are reuniting with their families. They're waiting for parents to pick them up, or like Charlene here, they're trying to find their siblings so that they can head home. And so we'll stay on top of this and bring you any updates we can learn from the scene. Kara.
All right, Faith, appreciate it. Appreciate the interview with Charlene as well. And if indeed that's true, that there's video circulating possibly of one of the teachers in the room that was shot, that's just going to be heartbreaking. Charlene saying already the students talking about that and that there is video out there. Bob Boyce, let me bring you into this conversation. We're trying to figure out what the deal is with the suspect. The sheriff said the suspect was in custody. We've been reporting the suspect is in custody. Now the GBI is coming forward saying that the suspect has been neutralized. Do you believe that means that they took out the shooter, that he's dead?
That's generally what it means, Kara. When someone's been neutralized, this person was shot. That wasn't confirmed, but that's what the GBI is saying, which is in charge of the investigation. And that came after the information put out by the Sheriff Judge Smith today. So that's what we're hearing now. A lot of misinformation going out right now. We're hearing multiple deaths from different agencies. So some clarification on these things would help greatly as dispel misinformation on this. That young lady described exactly what protocols happened. There was a red light in the room. They bolted the door. They blocked the door. Exactly. And then waited for police to come in and free them up and to identify them. So that's how these protocols work. And they save lives. So it worked well here. These things are always chaotic. You see when people are being forced into a location by the football field, that helps. But with that larger student body, it's tough to handle at some point. Interestingly enough, this young lady also said she was interviewed by police as to her statements. And that usually happens at those locations. So that's part of the protocol as well, to find out whatever information they can pass along that's immediately sent to investigators at the school.
And a number of students are starting to be interviewed, Bob. One student, a senior there at Appalachia High School, 17-year-old Sergio Caldera, said he was actually in chemistry class when he heard the gunshots, Bob. He's quoted here as saying, "My teacher goes and opens the door to see what's going on. Another teacher comes running in and tells her class to close the door because there's an active shooter." Caldera, the 17-year-old senior, goes on to say that his teacher locked the door and that the students ran to the back of the room, that they heard screams from outside as they all huddled up together. He also went on to say at some point somebody actually pounded on his classroom door and shouted, open up," multiple times. When the knocking stopped, Caldera, this high school senior, said that he heard more gunshots and more screams. He said then it wasn't long after that that the class later evacuated to the football field. So if indeed this senior is describing what he heard correctly and what happened here, it's very possible, I'm just asking you, you're the pro here, but if it wasn't long after that the class was evacuated to the football field, it sounds like that possibly could have been the moment when police neutralized the suspect.
That would fit into a timeline, there's no question, because they would not empty that room out until after the high school was cleared, which we're hearing is at 11:30. So we hear the response time has changed from multiple sources from 10:30 to 10:20. So that 9:30 timeline doesn't make sense at this point. So now you clear the school at 11:30. It gives you an hour to go class by class and pulling everybody out of there. This all is starting to tighten up a little bit, make more sense. And that size school, it's a pretty big school, a rambling campus. So that makes sense. That's chilling information they got from that young man, pounding on the door, then more shots, and then a little time after they were brought out. So they're called ear witnesses, and they're important because if you put them in a certain spot, you're able to develop a tight timeline of events in your investigation.
Got it, Bob. Thank you. And we are getting word now from the White House that Vice President Kamala Harris is actually expected to speak about the shooting here in Winder, Georgia, an hour outside of Atlanta at Appalachia High School. She is going to apparently make remarks before she begins at her campaign stop in New Hampshire. So we will take that live as soon as that happens. She has been briefed on the shooting and apparently now is going to make some remarks before her campaign rally. Let's go back to our Faith Abube, who's there on campus at Appalachia High School. She's been able to grab some of the students there that are waiting for their parents or a loved one to come pick them up. Faith, please, the floor is yours once again. Talk to us. Who do you have with you, and what more can they tell us?
Well, Kara, we're hearing more harrowing details about what happened inside that school early this morning, as you were just detailing there. We have with us Alexandria Romero. She's a sophomore, and you said you actually heard the gunshots. You were in second period at the time. Tell me what happened.
I was in the hall next to it. So I heard it, but it was very vaguely, you know. So the teachers came in and they were like, everybody get on the floor, cover yourselves. We were all hugging each other. So we were all it was a small little ball of us all holding each other. And I remember my friends crying. They were all scared. And then 2 police officers came in with their guns. Telling us not to move, that it's still not safe. And we were in that classroom for 10 minutes before they even let us go out. When the time was finally up, we went to the hallway that it happened in, and that's when I saw like my math teacher, and he was all covered. I saw blood everywhere. It was sad.
And you've shared videos with us showing the hallway where you guys were walking as you were evacuating. Describe, our viewers can't see the video right now, but describe to us what you just showed us in those videos.
It was basically my math teacher, just a white cover was on top of him, but in the video, like Yabasi, it's like a blood there, but it was really quick. Like everybody was in a rush trying to get out.
And of course, in that video, you can see police officers standing around someone on the floor. At this point, we don't know whether anyone passed away in this incident. We do know there were injuries. People are being treated for injuries. You talked about your friends who were crying during this period. What about you? How were you feeling? Was there confusion? Was there anxiety? Was there fear?
I was scared. I had so much fear. Like, I'm still shaking. Like, I was so scared. I didn't know. My feelings were so heightened. I cried too. I was scared.
We've talked to other students who said at the beginning, you know, they thought it might have been either a drill or just some commotion that was going on. Talk to me about how you...
Our school usually does drills, and they take it pretty serious. So, of course, my class thought that it wasn't really a big of a deal until we saw this red flash go off in our classroom, and the announcements went off saying that this is not a drill and this is real. And, yeah, people thought it was a joke at first. But because we take our drills pretty serious, but our teacher was telling us we weren't going to have one today. So it was really like out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm. And of course, the scene is still active. We have law enforcement here still processing the scene at this point. We don't know a lot of details about the victims at this point. But just, you know, can you see yourself going back in that building?
I'm definitely scared to go back. I talked with my parents and stuff. I don't feel safe going back there for a while. I definitely will feel like scared going back to that school, just knowing like what I saw coming out of that school too. It's like it's hard to get out of my head. Like seeing that body right there, and especially like our math teacher, it was hard.
I know you keep saying your math teacher. At this point, we don't know any identities of any of the casualties at this point. How do you know it was a math teacher?
Because my friend was in that class when he had math period, and she was telling me that when he opened the door to see what was going on, because he was trying to make sure if it was a drill or not, he opened the door, and right when he opened the door and peeked out, they shot him.
So you're saying this was happening in the hallway, your friend was in a classroom, the teacher in that classroom tried to go outside to see what was going on, and that teacher was shot?
She said, like, as soon as he opened the door, he got shot.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I am sorry for the traumatic experience you guys have had to deal with this morning, and of course having to heal from for weeks and weeks, maybe years from now. And I'm glad you guys are okay. Thank you so much for speaking with us.
Of course.
And Kara, so these were the types of stories that we're hearing here at the scene. Students who witnessed these horrific scenes, or maybe heard something and thought it was a drill and then realized it was actually really serious. And they're all just still trying to process that as law enforcement also tried to get details about exactly what happened and why it happened. Kara.
And Faith, we appreciate you grabbing these students. They're the ones with the firsthand accounts. It's incredible hearing what Alexandria had to say, and the fact that they had been drilling for instances like this, and now it happening only 1 month into school this year. I'm not sure if those gentlemen behind you, if you were looking to talk to them or interview them, were you wanting to talk to additional students, Faith, while we have you and we're in rolling coverage?
Yeah, we are. And from my understanding, these are her siblings, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so these are her siblings, so they're just here for moral support. Do you guys want to come in? You don't have a mic on you right now, but wanted to see, were you guys in the school? Are you guys students here as well?
No, I was at work, so I got a call that the school was on lockdown, so I just rushed to the school to see if everything was good, and that's when my sister, came out. That's when I felt joy when I seen that it was all good.
Tell me about those moments when you couldn't reach her and had an idea that there was some sort of incident at the school.
Man, I feel, as a big brother, I feel devastated because you could only imagine like what could happen to your little sister. I was worried, sad, but I'm just glad she's okay.
You sounded like you're getting emotional just thinking about what could have been.
Yeah, it's just sad, man. A lot of kids, you know. A lot of kids. Yeah, it's just sad.
Well, thank you guys so much, and I'm glad again that you're all okay. Thank you. And so, Kara, we're going to send things back to you. The scene is still being processed. At this time, we're hearing from the governor. The governor says that he's making all resources available, as many resources as they need here at the scene, to figure out what's going on, what happened, why it happened, who the suspect is. Again, one suspect is in custody at this point. Kara.
Faith, thank you so much. And I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but you can tell right there the emotion of Alexandria's brother there. He's still wiping the tears from his eyes. I can't imagine what these family members are still going through, even when they see that their loved one is alive. Our thoughts are with those that are injured. We're getting word possibly now 20 people injured in this mass shooting. The types of injuries, the severity are not immediately clear, but a source is now telling us they may not all be gunshot wounds, but 20 people now injured. In addition, we can now confirm that 4 people have been killed. Our Aaron Katursky's been working all his law enforcement sources and is able to confirm now what we've been hearing. Aaron, it's just heart-wrenching details. I don't think we were expecting to hear this amount of individuals or possibly children, teachers, I don't know, tell me, do we know that have been killed, and also the amount of injuries as well?
We don't know the breakdown here, who these people were who have been killed, and we know the sheriff was reluctant to give numbers, Kira. But multiple law enforcement sources now tell ABC News that 4 people were killed in the shooting at the high school there in Georgia. Another 20 or so have been injured, and the severity of those injuries and the types of those injuries are not immediately clear. It's not certain that these are all gunshot wounds. There could have been trampling injuries or you know, people cut or hit by different objects. It's just not known at this point. But it does give us at least an indication now, Kira, about the seriousness of what went on, starting at about 9:30 in the morning Eastern time. That's when the sheriff says that the first 911 call came in for an active shooter at this high school in Winder, Georgia. From there, we're now told by multiple law enforcement sources that 4 people were killed, approximately 20 or so injured. And again, the severity, the types of those injuries are not immediately clear, Kira.
And we should point out about 1,900 students in this high school, Aaron. And while we are now sadly reporting that 4 people have died and at least 20 people have been injured, we've also been getting reports from students and family members like this one grandmother, Latasha Hester, Aaron. She said, I never thought this would happen in our small county. She said that her grandson, who is a 10th grader here at Appalachia High School, is now safe with his mother. But she said when she heard about this shooting that the school, the area around the school was so congested with families desperate for answers that she walked miles to get to the school. The grandmother saying, I've got back injuries, but when you have the adrenaline rush like that, it just doesn't matter. So while we report on 4 deaths, up to 20 people injured, we are talking about 1,900 students at this high school. Aaron, sadly, I mean, it could have been a lot worse, but there are still a lot of questions about this timeline where we were reporting that this was happening and unfolding around 10:20 a.m. But then we heard the sheriff say it was actually 9:30 a.m. when they got this call about a shooter there on high school grounds. Do we know anything more about the timeline?
The timeline began at 9:30 in the morning. That's when the sheriff says there was a 911 call that came in about this active shooter at the high school. But beyond that, how this all unfolded, what the circumstances were, how the shooter gained entry into the building, none of that has been made clear. We heard from a number of students who said they heard gunfire just outside their classroom. So it appears that at least some of the shooting took place inside the building. And there you see on your screen now the Georgia Bureau of Investigation confirming 4 dead, An additional 9 taken to various hospitals with injuries. The suspect is in custody and alive.
Aaron, we're going to get straight to the White House briefing. They're going to comment on this, we believe, but good point we should make. That suspect in custody and alive. The fact that he was reported neutralized is false.
The worst can happen. So please know that our hearts are with those families in Winder, Georgia, who are forced to face this act of senseless violence. I want to let you know that the president and the vice president have both been briefed, and his administration will continue coordinating with federal, state, and local officials as we receive more information. We're grateful for the brave first responders who are on the scene, and we stand by, we stand ready to provide support as needed. As the president has said time and time again, this is not normal. This is not normal. Students and teachers deserve to know that their schools are safe. They should focus on learning, not lockdowns. While the president and vice president have taken historic action to reduce gun violence, more must be done to keep our schools and communities safe. We continue to call on Congress to do something, We need universal background checks. We need to ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines, require safe storage of firearms, invest in violence prevention programs, and pass a national red flag law. Enough is enough. And I cannot say this enough, which is enough is enough. We cannot allow this to happen in our communities. We cannot allow this to happen in our schools. So we have to do everything that we can to keep our children safe, to keep the people who are supposed to protect our children, who are they supposed to learn from, safe. And enough is enough. Congress needs to act. Now, turning to my colleague from NSC, who's here to discuss the latest Biden-Harris administration actions today against foreign actors attempting to covertly influence our elections and undermine confidence in our democratic institution. Admiral John Kirby will discuss the coordinated actions we are taking in addition to other foreign policy news of the day. Admiral?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I think as you saw today, the Department of Justice, Department of Treasury, and the State Department.
To follow the White House briefing there, we wanted to wait and see, of course, what comments were made with regard to this deadly shooting at Appalachia High School outside of Atlanta, Georgia, where we can confirm now 4 people have been killed. The suspect alive and in custody. 9 people injured and hospitalized, but possibly up to 20 people injured in that mass shooting. Vice President Kamala Harris has also been briefed on this high school shooting. She is expected at any moment now to address what has happened at a speech she is ready to give in New Hampshire, a planned rally to actually discuss her economic policy. Joining me now, senior White House correspondent Selena Wang at that rally in New Hampshire. Sad news to report on a day that clearly the vice president is looking to rally up voters once again. This is something, if she is to win the presidency, she's going to have to deal with, and that's going to be everything from issues of gun control to mental health to these mass shootings that are obviously not going to stop in our schools across this country. Selena.
And Kyria, keeping our communities safer and signing into law tougher gun control policies is something that Vice President Harris has campaigned on. As you say, she's expected to take this stage any moment now. We've learned that she, as well as President Biden, have been briefed on this shooting and that she's going to make remarks about it before she launches into the main part of her speech. Now, Governor Walz, her running mate, also at a campaign stop earlier spoke about the shooting, saying he's heard about it, that it is a tragedy. And he said that we need to focus on how to prevent these kinds of tragedies from happening again. Now, President Biden also issued a statement on the shooting, Kira, and he said that instead of students going into their joyous back-to-school season, they now have, this has turned into another horrific reminder. He said that students across the country are learning how to duck and cover instead of how to read and write. We cannot continue to accept this as normal. He goes on to say that ending gun violence is very personal to him. He said he signed into law the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. He said he established the first ever White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention, overseen by Vice President Harris. He said they've made significant progress, but that there needs to be much more. And Kira, President Biden has said that one of his top priorities in the last few months of his presidency is continuing to issue stronger condemnations and stronger policies on gun violence prevention. This is important to his legacy. And Kira, as you say, Vice President Harris wasn't expecting to talk about this during her campaign event here in New Hampshire. The focus of her remarks today is on boosting the economy, on helping small businesses, and encouraging entrepreneurship.
May 26th. Selena, what more can you tell us now about just, her plan to help small business growth? There's been a lot of criticism. She hasn't given enough so far on the economy, on what she's going to do for small businesses, for working class families. Are we expected to get more details, more specifics during this rally?
Yeah, Kira, we are going to get more specifics. And so far, you've really seen her economic message focus on boosting the middle class, everyday working class Americans. But today, Kira, she wants to show that she's also an ally of small businesses. So let me just tell you some of the key points that she's going to make today. So this includes expansion of tax deductions for startup costs by tenfold, from $5,000 to $50,000. She's also going to announce efforts to reduce red tape and ease regulations, including creating a standard deduction for small businesses. And all of this is part of her plan to help start 25 million new small businesses if elected. And Kira, we've talked about this before, but the economy is a vulnerability for Democrats. Her remarks today come as Trump consistently hammers her on the economy, on inflation, on higher prices. But Vice President Harris wants to turn that weakness into a strength, to talk about how she's going to not only boost the middle class and working class Americans, union workers, but also people who want to start small businesses.
All right. Appreciate it so much, Selena. Clearly, we've got breaking news with this shooting that has taken place outside of Atlanta, Georgia. I'm trying to work information and details on that. But before we update you, we do have the #3 Republican in the House, Minnesota Congressman Tom Emmer, joining me now. Congressman, I know that we had more of a planned out segment here to talk to you about the presidential race, the state of the race, but we've been in the middle of breaking news talking about this awful tragedy that has taken place in Georgia. If you don't mind, I would like to first just get your reaction and to what has happened. Yet another mass shooting in the United States, just a month into school for this high school. Looking forward to this year, your reaction to this mass shooting, and also there's got to be talk on how this is going to be front and center within Congress.
Yeah, well, actually, I think it's a little too soon. I think right now, rather than politicizing these poor victims in this community, I think we all need to take a moment, take a deep breath. Let's let them do the investigation. Let's find out what happened, why it happened. Rather than jumping into the campaign season, it seems like today is a day that we should take a step back and let's get the questions answered before we go rushing to judgment. We've got way too many political people who instantly want to take someone's tragedy and turn it into their political campaign or gain. Frankly, right now it's too soon. We need the investigation.
Yeah, of course. I think, with all due respect, you're jumping the gun here. We're not talking about politicizing a mass shooting that we just witnessed at a high school a month after these students started school. I mean, 4 people are dead, 9 people are hospitalized. There could be up to 20 people injured here. I mean, this is heartbreaking. It's heart-wrenching. There's something that's going on in our country, and we need to address the tragedy tragedy here that has taken place, but also how many more mass shootings do we need to witness before something happens here? A discussion, laws, whatever it is. I mean, from gun control to mental illness, it is something we need to talk about. It's not politicizing a mass shooting. It's talking about the reality of what we're dealing with now every year, you know, time and time again.
Senseless tragedy. And again, with all due respect, you are politicizing it when you jump right into an agenda as opposed to let's find out about our victims and their families. Let's find out what happened, what is with this shooter, and how is this shooter, what motivated him or her. We don't know anything about the shooter. We know very little about the incident. We know about the senseless tragedy, and it's something that both of you and I can agree on. And there's always going to be discussion about how to handle things. But right now, this incident is too fresh, too new. We got to get more information.
Absolutely, and we are waiting. We're waiting for information. There was a lack of information actually about this shooter. At first, we were told he was in custody, and then he was neutralized. Now we can confirm he is in custody, and you are so right. There is so much more to know about why this happened, a motive, the background, all of that, which definitely we want to know more about in order to move forward. And of course, hopefully one day, Congressman, we can prevent this from even happening. There's so much going on within our schools and among our children, and I think you and I can agree it is hard to raise kids nowadays, and the influences that are out there, it's gut-wrenching. Let's move on to 62 days actually from Election Day now. The race is in a dead heat. Yeah, really, who's counting? Who's following this big story? I think all of us. You know, it's tight right now, and especially in the swing states. So let's talk about what does former President Donald Trump need to do right now to put Republicans over the top in states like Georgia, Nevada, Pennsylvania.
Well, I think Donald Trump will do just fine. I think now that we're past Labor Day, this debate that we'll have on September 10th will be very important. Donald Trump has the advantage of being able to say to American voters, you saw what an economy was under a Trump administration prior to the pandemic. It can be that again. You saw what a secure southern border meant to controlling crime and fentanyl overdoses across our country and all our small cities. You saw what peace and security looks like around the world under a Trump administration versus Kamala Harris, who with Joe Biden, apparently now she wants to go out and, I think the word is reset on the economy. What, is she going to tell us Bidenomics is working again? It's kind of like somebody tells me that, hey, inflation is under control, the numbers the government are giving, this is all okay. I got news for you. Americans go into the grocery store every week. They got to go to the pump every week, and they see that they're paying 20% more on, and that's on the low end, I believe, than they did just 3.5 years ago. In my state, the average Minnesota family spending $1,200 more a month than they did just 3.5 years ago. And the southern border's wide open. You've got tens of millions of people who have come in through the southern border that haven't been vetted. We don't even know where 40% of these people are. And then you have crises all around the globe because of a lack of leadership coming out of the White House. So I think the contrast is good, maybe even better than good. And if you would have told me a year and a half ago that Donald Trump would be within the margin of error, up or down by a point or two in all the battleground states, I would have said, we'll take it. Now let's have the American public meet Kamala Harris and actually listen to her in her own words. Let's find out where she is on the economy. Let's find out where she is on the border, which she's never really been to. Let's find out where she is on foreign policy. I think Donald Trump has the advantage because he already has a record.
And hopefully we are going to hear all those details in our debate right here on ABC next week. I know you'll be watching. Let me ask you about the gender gap, Congressman. It really, you know, it has really widened with men supporting Trump. Our ABC Ipsos poll is actually showing 5 percentage points higher than Harris right now. And then women strongly supporting Harris right now with 13%. So as women make up the majority of American voters right now, do you think this is going to be a problem for Trump?
No, I really don't. Again, this is a pocketbook election. You can break things down with the questions and the polling that you do between gender, race, working versus not working. You can do all kinds of things with polling. Bottom line is, this is going to be an election about, am I better off today than I was 4 years ago? And one of the architects who was riding shotgun with Joe Biden during this entire process now is telling me that she's going to do something different. Well, I've already seen what Donald Trump can do. This isn't going to come down to whether you're a man or a woman or what race you are or religion. This is going to be, am I better off today than I was 4 years ago? Clearly, people are not. The world is not. The border is not. Donald Trump offers that change because he did it once before.
Let's talk about abortion. You have said you are unapologetically pro-life, but the former president has been flip-flopping on abortion, even softening his stance on the issue, recently saying you need more than 6 weeks. Are you concerned that the former president is choosing politics over pro-life principles right now?
I don't think so. I think you've completely misread what he said. He's been very clear. He said the Supreme Court has decided this issue. This is a state issue. You should be talking to your state legislators because that's not something the federal government's going to be involved in.
Well, Trump also recently announced that he supports government funding for IVF or mandating that insurance covers it. You have said you are unapologetically pro-IVF as well, but some congressional Republicans have killed a lot of efforts to fund it. Senator Lindsey Graham poured cold water on Trump's plan just this Sunday on our show this week. Do you support federal funding or mandating insurance coverage? And why should voters believe that Republicans will protect this procedure?
I think because it doesn't matter if you're a Republican or a Democrat or something else with your political persuasion. People who want to have families, and this is a way that they can do that, we should all be supportive of that. The funding piece of it, I think I understand why people would be hesitant because you got a $34 trillion debt. You got a budget that's bleeding $1.5 to $1.7 trillion a year. You've got some major financial obstacles in front of you, but I applaud President Trump for standing with the people who have used this, regardless of their party persuasion, their politics, to start a family.
So you wouldn't vote for it?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all.
You said we have too much debt.
No, I said I understand why.
So should we be spending government on it?
I understand why. I understand why we've got some colleagues that are sounding the alarm. They're concerned with the fiscal issues, and that makes a lot of sense. But at this point, when it comes, we'll see what it looks like. I'm very supportive of IVF, and as far as I know, whether you're Democrat or Republican, almost universal support for IVF. Anything other than that, to me, is just a media construct.
So the Republicans have an extremely slim majority. Are you confident that your party can keep or even expand that majority?
You know, I am. The way it's set up right now, Republicans in the House stand the chance to be in the majority for the rest of the decade. We're going to do well in the election in November, I have no doubt. Many pickup opportunities, but people have to understand that under the last decade's maps, there were 85 swing seats. These are seats that can go 5 points either way out of the 435 in the House. All 435 are up for election every 2 years, and with a charismatic candidate, local issue, any one of those could be a battleground race. But those 85 were the most likely races to flip. Under the last decade's map, a large majority in the House was 240 plus. Well, now we have 51 swing seats with the new maps for this decade. So a large majority, theoretically, would be 230 plus. So regardless of what happens, I believe the Republicans are going to hold the majority in the House. And the question is it 218 to 225 or is it 226 to 230?
So let me just ask you just about this Republican majority that's just really been mired by a lot of dysfunction. There have been 2 speakers, a 21-day stretch without a speaker, and then the expulsion of a Republican member of Congress. How do you, Congressman, convince voters that your party is solid and can govern?
Oh, I think if you look at what we've accomplished, again, when people in the media aren't going to report the fact that we passed a debt ceiling deal when no one said we would be able to do it, we passed the Parental Bill of Rights, we passed the strongest border security bill in the last 20 years, and the list goes on and on. Yeah. Human beings are going to be human beings. There was a change of leadership. Frankly, I like Kevin McCarthy a lot. I like Mike Johnson. Doesn't matter to me. We still have been getting our work done, and that needs to be reported on a more regular basis.
All right, well, then let's talk budget. There's some work to be done. We all know how big November 5th will be, but we've got a big deadline before that, October 1st, and that's the deadline for Congress to pass a budget. Now, they are instead expected to pass this Band-Aid that would call a continuing resolution. Why is that the government can't seem to pass a budget at this point?
Well, you may want to ask Chuck Schumer that, because the House has already passed 71% of government funding. That's almost 3/4 have been done by the House. The Senate has yet to bring a bill to the floor. So it shows their priorities are not there to get the deal done. We have a deadline, you're right, October 1st, but it's actually September 30th at midnight. And we're going to have a plan to fund the government by September 30th at midnight that both a Democrat-controlled Senate and a Republican-controlled House can agree on. And I'm confident we'll be able to do that.
By the way, we do have Chuck Schumer on this evening, so be sure to tune in. I'd love to know your thoughts. Yeah, there you go. We'll have both sides, Congressman. Maybe I'll take a little sound from our interview. Yeah, there we go, right? We're keeping it.
What's fair for the gander is fair for the goose, yes.
I appreciate it. All right, 2 more questions, if you don't mind. You ran for Speaker of the House last year. You were briefly the Republican nominee until the former president posted his opposition. He reportedly said, I killed him. It was pretty strong words. You have since endorsed the former president and appeared at events with him. Why do that for a man that was openly, throwing you under the bus? I've always wanted to know this from you ever since that moment happened.
Come on.
Tell me.
Come on, sticks and stones. You can call me whatever you want. I know who I am. And the president and I have a great relationship. We're on the same page because guess what? We have the same goal. You got to restore America's economy so that it works for everybody. You got to secure your southern border, and you got to control the crime in all your cities across this country, and we got to have peace and stability around the globe. I think I'll support anybody, and I'll work with anybody who has those goals in mind. That's why we're completely unified on this campaign.
Well, I can understand he said some pretty nasty things to me during the briefings at the White House, and we seem to come out on the other side and be able to still have some tough questions, but respect. So it is interesting, though. There are people that Donald Trump has gone after, and it's remained not so comfy, you should say, when you're in the room. But you were once very friendly with Governor Tim Walz, also, serving with him in Minnesota's congressional delegations. You're now, pretty critical of him. Tell me what's changed. What's your concern, especially since he's on the ticket now with Kamala Harris?
When Tim was elected first as the governor of our state, I actually obviously was disappointed. I wanted the Republican to win, but I figured Tim Walz would govern like a outstate traditional Democrat from farm country, and boy, was I wrong. Apparently, while he was in Congress, he behaved one way because he represented a southern Minnesota, greater Minnesota district that was primarily ag in business, and he behaved one way when he was representing those people, but when he became the governor, he started representing Minneapolis and St. Paul, and it is every liberal crazy thing. He blew through $18 billion of surplus last year. He had the audacity to tax Minnesotans and add new fees, by the way, of another $9 billion. And he's put us on a crash course to a $2.5 billion deficit. So, I could go on and on, but I'll just stop there. Tim, by the way, in the last gubernatorial race, barely won with 52% of the vote, and he lost his congressional seat that he held for 8 years. He lost it by almost 10 points. He's not the guy that he said he was, and I think Minnesotans have recognized that.
Tell you what, November is going to be an interesting month, and of course, all the days leading up to it. Majority Whip Tom Emmer, I really appreciate your time. Thanks so much for joining me, sir.
Thank you.
Hope you'll keep streaming with us, too. As we said later, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer joins us right here on ABC News Live, 5:30 Eastern. Then on September 10th, as we mentioned, Vice President Harris and former President Trump set to debate for the first time right here on ABC News. Again, that's September 10th, 9 o'clock Eastern. You can watch it right here on ABC News Live. We'll be right back.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning. To catch you up with what happened overnight. Clashing over national security.
What's happening today? Tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The worries on Wall Street.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between. Catching up on sleep during the weekend could be good for your heart.
Non-alcoholic bars are popping up in a growing number of cities. That's the spirit.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
It was a regular day for 19-year-old Melissa Witt.
Something terrible had happened to her.
We had several suspects.
All these kinds of leads.
A known serial killer in your area. Could he be involved?
We're actually finding key evidence that could have slipped through the cracks.
Her last hours on this earth were horrific.
This beautiful young girl. Police will find out what happened.
At Wit's End, The Hunt for a Killer, only on Hulu. They both want to be your next president. Now Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, face to face. The ABC News presidential debate, moderated by David Muir and Linsey Davis. Tuesday live on ABC and streaming on Hulu and Disney+.
Here's to good mornings in America.
Can you feel the love?
Oh, yeah.
Mornings that inspire, filled with hope, kindness, joyous surprises, and so much fun.
This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy.
Start your day with Good Morning America's ray of sunshine, highlighting the best of America and helping
make dreams come true.
Wow.
I'm just so happy. It's so good.
Get ready to smile and put the good into your morning, America, because
you know what will make the morning better? A little ray of sunshine.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag.
Not a tear in it.
How important it made the USA. Great work.
Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Ismail? David. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Hey, good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Are you ready? They are ready. Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on here this morning. You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be here.
I am here and so happy.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
Michael, George, Clara, Ginger.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
And welcome back. I'm Kira Phillips. We continue to follow breaking news out of Winder, Georgia. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation now telling us it is confirmed 4 people have died after that mass shooting at Appalachia High School. The sheriff there in Barrow County saying the suspect is in custody. Multiple law enforcement sources also telling us they do believe that he is a student. Our Faith Abube actually spoke to an eyewitness about how everything unfolded early this morning.
Charlene says she was in the classroom with a substitute teacher with other students when they started hearing gunshots. Tell me, how did all of that play out?
Okay, so I was in the classroom and basically I was just like doing my work and like some minutes after, like I heard some gunshots and it appeared to be like they were like that, and basically after that sorry, I forgot.
That's okay. How did so after you guys heard the gunshots, how did your substitute teacher react? How were students in the classroom reacting after
they didn't really know like how gunshots sounded, so they were like really like shocked by the noise. They thought that something fell like out there in the bathroom or something, because like in the hallway there's like a bathroom right there, so we all thought that it was something that in the bathroom that fell, or like the kids playing around or something. So we thought that was a thing until like we were like all looking at each other like, and the light on top of the classroom started turning red. So that's when like we were like, no, this is serious. So that's whenever like we all like shook to the corner and somebody closed the door. I don't know who closed the door, but somebody closed the door, and then they started stacking up tables like on top of the...
So barricading the door.
Like barricading, like keeping it safe. And after that, like the announcements came on, and that's when like they were like it's a hard lockdown intruder drill, and then we were all like kids started crying, kids started freaking out, like everybody was just there, like, and we were just like all like laying down, and I was just telling everybody like it's okay, like God got us, like we're gonna be okay, like nothing's gonna happen. And I was like, it's probably like some kids messing around or something, and everybody was just like shocked for a minute, like just there, like sitting there, and they didn't know like what to do.
Were you ever scared for your life?
I mean, yeah, I was scared, but like I try to keep everybody comfortable, like and good. So I was just telling everybody like it's gonna be okay, like don't worry, like, and I was just making them laugh, like telling them things about like life and stuff. And I was like, oh, isn't this like crazy, like telling them, because with like in our small town, like we'd never really would expect something like this to happen.
Right. You were telling me earlier you have been through active shooter drills here at the school.
Yes,
you've been in the school for several years now. You're a senior, but you never actually thought that it would play out like this in real life.
Never. I thought it was like things that never would occur here, because like this area is really calm and it's like really like nothing's really happening here. But now like a lot of population like has increased and stuff. So I think that's what makes the difference now.
So at some point you guys were able to evacuate your classroom. Tell me about that.
Okay, so first like we heard like police officers going in. I don't know if it was the SWAT team or who it was, but we heard police officers coming in the hallways, because you can hear them like saying stuff. So basically they were just going around, and then at first they were just looking. They did like one route, I guess, and then they did a second route, and then they like came in, but they came in like pointing their like guns out at everybody, and they're telling us like, do y'all know everybody in your classroom? Do y'all know everybody in here? And then we were like, yeah, we do, like, and then they were like, okay. And then that's whenever they were like, okay, just stay here put for a minute. And they went around doing that again. And then on the third round, like they came back and actually told us that we could like, we're leaving. So they were like, let's go, let's evacuate. That's when we started like heading out. But they told us we couldn't take none of our stuff, so I grabbed my book bag and I just took everything out, but I managed to get my keys and everything that was mine.
So a lot of people still have their items still in those classrooms.
Yes,
they were
all
able.
their book bags, everything.
Wow.
Was in there. Or like I think kids did take some, but I don't really think so, because I didn't see nobody with their book bags. Well, no, they weren't allowing, because we had it like this.
Yeah. For about an hour or so, we saw a video overhead from helicopters showing just hundreds of people near the football field. Can you tell me about that?
Oh yeah, they were telling everybody to go into the football fields. I don't know, they were just like telling us to stay there, like go there and just like be there. But they weren't like allowing nobody to come outside. They were just like allowing people to come inside. And apparently they were doing like head count to see how many people were in and out. But like at that time, like we heard that like they only found one shooter, but people are saying there's 3. We don't know how many there are. We don't know who the shooter is, but we do know like what my friend saw.
And you were telling me you had to give a statement to police as part of.
Yeah, before exiting, we had to give out our statement to the police officers and like the people there in front, because they had a line that said you can leave here like if you didn't hear or like see anything. So you could. It was a faster lane, and on this lane it was like they were letting people write their statement down before they left.
And just finally, just tell me, just having been through something like this, how are you feeling now that you've had a chance to process all of this?
I mean, it's sad. Like, this is all sad because, like, people, like, I know my sister knows, like, one of the kids that got shot. And it's like, we all know these people. And, like, this is, like, a community. Like, Appalachia, like, mostly all the kids know each other. They know each other from other people. They know, like, they're all connected. Everybody's connected. Like, we all know each other somehow. And it's, like, kind of sad to see, like, people that got shot. But I don't know who, like, died or anything. But I seen a video, like, somebody sent me a video where, like, somebody was, like, it was a teacher dead on the ground. But we don't really know.
And our thanks to Faith for that. We are expecting another update from the sheriff at 4 o'clock Eastern time. By the way, starting today, there is one more place that you can get ABC News anytime, anywhere. ABC News now live on Disney Plus, round the clock, live 7 days a week. And of course, that includes the ABC News presidential debate live next Tuesday, September 10th. So get ABC News live anywhere you stream news, now on Disney Plus 2. The news never stops, neither does the streaming. I'm Kira Phillips. Thanks for being with us. A lot more news up next. Don't go far.
Whenever news breaks,
We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike.
ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland, let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. Clashing over national security.
What's happening today? Tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The worries on Wall Street.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between. Catching up on sleep during the weekend could be good for your heart.
Non-alcoholic bars are popping up in a growing number of cities. That's the spirit.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
Your health, your money, breaking news, pop culture, with the biggest stars, music, trends, and of course, good food.
It's all coming up on GMA3.
You're going to love it. We'll see you then.
GMA 3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, afternoons.
For everything you need to know.
I love that.
Me too.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions. Operational nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it.
Not a tear in it.
How important is this label right here, Made in the USA? Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work.
Hi.
Where are you? Where are you?
Appreciate you.
Thank you, David. Good to meet you.
Ismail? David.
David.
Yes, yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Hi, I'm Andy. And I'm Sabrina. And we're moms, juggling tons of stuff every day, like all you moms out there. And you know what we love? Really love? Pop culture. So what happens when being obsessed with pop culture collides with being a mom? You get us. So listen now to our new podcast, Pop Culture Moms, wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Linsey Davis reporting from Chicago, Illinois at the Democratic National Convention. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Here's to good mornings in America.
Can you feel the love? Oh, yeah.
Mornings that inspire, filled with hope, kindness, joyous surprises, and so much fun.
This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy.
Start your day with Good Morning America's ray of sunshine, highlighting the best of America and helping
make dreams come true. Wow. I'm just so happy. It's so good.
Get ready to smile and put the good into your morning, America, because
you know what will make the morning better? A little ray of sunshine.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
And good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips.
And I'm Terry Moran. And our top story at this hour. An investigation is now underway following a mass shooting at Appalachia High School in Georgia. Police say a suspect is now in custody. Multiple law enforcement sources are telling ABC News that the shooter is believed to be a student at that school.
The Georgia Bureau of Investigation confirming at least 4 people have died, with at least 9 others that have been hospitalized with injuries. The school is located in the town of Winder. That's just between Atlanta and Athens. Joining us now are Erin Kantersky, also Faith Abube. She's there. She's there on the scene, and former chief of detectives for the NYPD, Bob Boyce. So, Erin, let's just start with you. What more are we learning about this shooter?
According to the sheriff in Barrow County, Georgia, Kira, the shooter is in custody, alive and in custody, and presumably the authorities now know who this person is. We're told from multiple law enforcement officials that it is believed to be a student at the school, but the identity has not yet been released. But undoubtedly, the authorities know who it is by now, and there have been a number of eyewitnesses who said that the shooting occurred inside the building. How the student was able to get in with a gun has not been made clear, but we know there are 4 people that have been killed, another 9 with injuries, and even more than that who may have some, scrapes and bruises, as the entire campus of 1,900 students evacuated onto the football field after the shots rang out sometime around 9:30 in the morning.
All right, Erin, thank you for that. And Faith, we've been watching as you've been talking to the students there who witnessed the shooting, who got out of that school. It's very vivid. The gist of what they're telling you, what are you hearing from them?
Well, Terry, there's a lot of trauma that they're going to have to process. We talked to several students who tell us that it's going to take a lot for them to get back into that building where the shooting happened, because they can still hear the sound of the gunshots. They were inside their classrooms, each of them in different classrooms when this happened. Some of them thought it was a drill at first when they started hearing the gunshots, and then it became real, and they started barricading the doors to their classrooms, huddling together in the corner just to stay safe. At one point, one student told us that they heard banging on the door. They thought perhaps maybe that could have been the shooter at one point, but that knocking on the door stopped, and then they heard more gunshots. A lot of people in those classrooms were screaming. They were crying. I can tell you outside here, it's still a very active scene. Police were still processing the scene. They've changed the perimeter quite a bit. They just put up this crime scene tape. We've seen parents walking up here still trying to reunite with their children, and some of them, they have phones in their hands as they're walking hurriedly towards the school. They have concern on their faces. We've seen some of them hold younger siblings, hold their hands really tightly as they walk to reunite with their high school students. Some of them have had to park about a mile away from the scene because there are just so many people who are just trying to come to this campus and reunite with their relatives or their brothers, their siblings, their children, whatever have you. The perimeter around the school is now stretched just about as street over. However, people are just parking anywhere they can. They're pulling up into people's driveways and communities nearby and then running towards the school or walking really fast towards the school to try to get some answers. At this point, everything is under control in terms of the active shooter situation, but this investigation is just now beginning. We're also hearing from surrounding school districts. At least one school district released a statement saying that even though this did not directly affect them, their students were feeling anxiety at this point. They're having to process all of this, these drills, this active shooter drills that they've been doing for years and years now. It seems really real and very close right now. They've increased patrols in the Gwinnett County schools at this point to make the students feel safer. And so this is reverberating not just here in Winder, not just here in Barrow County, but across the state and perhaps even across the country. Terry.
So, Bob, let's talk about the timeline here. We thought first this was unfolding around 10:30 a.m. Then we find out through the sheriff there it actually started around 9:30 a.m. when they got this call about an active shooter. Then we're getting reports that the shooter was in custody. Then the shooter was neutralized. Now we've been told, no, the shooter is indeed in custody. What's going on here? Because comms have been quite confusing since the very beginning.
It certainly has, Kara, and we're getting some clarification from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. And Faith has gotten some incredible interviews today. And we found out this happened during second period in the school, so we'll have to get that timeline, what time that exactly is. Just the the students' responses to these things have been chilling. Also, we see some of the protocols within the school actually worked here. The intercommunication, the red light system, closing the door, shelter in place, that saves lives. And we've seen that. The response from law enforcement, the multi-agency responses, all these things go into something we do all the time now. There were drills for this, so the students knew this. But still, when it happens, you really don't believe it's true. However, it is in this terrible time period. We'll know more at 4 o'clock, I believe, about the student. All points, all investigation reads a student's shooter right now. So who is he? Who is she? Where they got the gun? That's important.
All right, Bob Boyce, Aaron Katursky, Faith Aboubi, thank you very much. We're going to take you now to New Hampshire, where the Vice President Kamala Harris is about to talk about her plan to help small businesses, but she's also expected to talk about this shooting in Georgia, this most recent of the long plague of shootings at America's schools. She has been briefed on that, and she's expected to address it.
Also, if you notice, the bulletproof glass that's been put up in front of the podium there, this is new for her. Of course, this is reaction to what we saw happen at that Butler, Pennsylvania rally when former President Donald Trump was nearly assassinated. We're going to go ahead and listen in behind the glass. Vice President Kamala Harris.
Thank you. It's so good to be back in New Hampshire. Thank you all. Thank you. And Doug sends his love to everyone as well. Oh, thank you, everyone. Nicole, thank you. You guys are just so extraordinary, and I applaud the way you do the business that you do and the love that you do in giving community. I love our small business owners. It is what you do. I'm going to talk a bit about you in a minute, but you are part of the fabric, the essential fabric of a community that cares about one another. Thank you for everything. Thank you. And thank you to the outstanding congressional delegation, Senators Shaheen, Hassan, Representatives Pappas and Custer, and all the leaders who are here today. Thank you all. Thank you all for taking the time to be here this afternoon. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. So before I begin, I do want to say a few words about this tragic shooting that took place this morning in Winder, Georgia. We're still gathering information about what happened, but we know that there were multiple fatalities and injuries. And, you know, our hearts are with all the students, the teachers, and their families, of course. And we are grateful to the first responders and the law enforcement that were on the scene. But this is just a senseless tragedy on top of so many senseless tragedies. And it's just outrageous that every day in our country, in the United States of America, that parents have to send their children to school worried about whether or not their child will come home alive. It's senseless. It is. We've got to stop it. And we have to end this epidemic of gun violence in our country once and for all. You know, it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way. So we will continue, of course, to send our prayers and our thoughts to the families and all those who were affected, including, you know, I'm going off script right now, but listen, I mean, you know, at the last year, I started a college tour, and I traveled our country meeting with our young leaders, right? And so it was college-age young leaders. So I did trade schools, colleges, universities, community colleges. By the way, I love Gen Z. I just love Gen Z. Right? But I'll tell you, one of the things that I asked every time I went to the auditorium, and it would be filled with these young leaders, students, and I'd ask them, raise your hand if at any point between kindergarten and 12th grade you had to endure an active shooter drill. And for the young leaders who are here who are raising their hand, I'm telling you, every time the auditorium was packed and almost every hand went up. You know, a lot of us, I'll speak about myself, you know, we had, well, I grew up in California, earthquake drills, we had fire drills, but our kids are sitting in a classroom where they should be fulfilling their God-given potential, and some part of their big, beautiful brain is concerned about a shooter busting through the door of the classroom. It does not have to be this way. And, you know, this is one of the many issues that's at stake in this election. So New Hampshire, look, we have 62 days to go. 62 days to go. And I'm going to tell you what you already know. This race is going to be tight until the very end. So please, let's not pay too much attention to the polls, because we are running as the underdog. We know what they're capable of on the other side. The only thing we can take for granted is the love that we as Americans have for each other, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And we've got some hard work ahead, but we like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work can be joyful work. And so we are up for the task, and with your help, we will win in November. We will win in November. And that, in large part, is because we know what we stand for, and when you know what you stand for, you know what to fight for. We love our country, and we believe in the promise of America. That's so much of what I think brings us all together this afternoon. We believe in the promise of America, and that includes a topic we're going to discuss today, which is what I call an opportunity economy, building an opportunity economy. And my vision of an opportunity economy is one where everyone can compete and have a real chance to succeed, where everyone, regardless of who they are, where they start, can build wealth, including intergenerational wealth, where workers are treated with dignity and everyone has the freedom to join a union if they choose, where we remove barriers to opportunity so anyone who wants to start a business can have access to the tools and the resources they need to do that. I believe, and I said it before to Nicole, I believe America's small businesses are an essential foundation to our entire economy. Think about it. Think about it. Small businesses in our country employ half of all private sector workers. Half of all private sector workers. own or run a small business or work for a small business. They do trillions of dollars of business every year. They generate revenue that helps repair our roads and pay our teachers. And you know, for all of those who are or know of small business owners, the thing I love about you is that you're not only leaders in business, you are civic leaders. You are community leaders. You are mentors. You hire locally. You believe in the community, and you're part of the glue of the fabric that holds communities together. You provide the local meeting space. You are the types of folks where you know who your regulars are, and when someone's walking in the door and you can tell they've had a bad day, you know exactly what they need. Isn't that the best of who we are? And I've met so many entrepreneurs across the country who take the incredible leap of faith that is required to start a small business. Folks who put their life savings on the line and work through the weekends and holidays, because they aren't just building a business, they're pursuing a dream. They're building a better future for their employees and for the people they love in their communities. And by extension, they're building a stronger middle class and a stronger America for us all. And so all of this is why, as president, one of my highest priorities will be to strengthen America's small businesses. And here I am in New Hampshire to announce a few elements of my plan to do that. So first, we're going to help more small businesses and innovators get off the ground, okay? Now, I'm setting what some, I'm sure, are going to call a very ambitious goal, but you know what? I think we should admire ambition in each other. So I want to see 25 million new small business applications by the end of my first term. And to help achieve this, we will lower the cost of starting a new business. So here's the thing. On average, it costs about $40,000 to start a new business in America. That is a great financial barrier for a lot of folks, and it can hold entrepreneurs back. And the current tax deduction for a startup is just $5,000, okay? So then you got to make up the delta there. Got to figure out how you're going to do that. Not everyone has access to that kind of wealth and capital. So part of my plan is we will expand the tax deduction for startups to $50,000. It's essentially a tax cut for starting a small business. Second, my plan will help existing small businesses grow. We will provide low and no interest loans to small businesses that want to expand. And we will, and this is very important, cut the red tape that can make starting and growing a small business more difficult than it needs to be. More difficult than it needs to be. For example, we will make it cheaper and easier for small businesses to file their taxes. Similar to how individuals can take a standard deduction. You know, I said to my team, kind of like, now I'm going to date myself again because they no longer do it, but kind of like you remember the 1040 EZ? Like that kind of idea, right? Like, let's just take away some of the bureaucracy in the process to make it easier for people to actually do something that's going to benefit our entire economy. Third, my plan will invest in small businesses and innovators throughout America. And here's why. We know that talent exists everywhere in our country, from rural towns to city centers. But not everyone has access to the financing, to venture capital, or expert advice. It's not that they don't have the skills. It's not that they don't have the work ethic. It's access to these resources. So under my plan, we will expand access to venture capital. We will support innovation hubs and business incubators. And we will increase federal contracts with small businesses. And we will have a particular focus on small businesses in rural communities, like right here in New Hampshire. Finally, my plan will make our tax code more fair while also prioritizing investment and innovation. So let us be clear. Billionaires and big corporations must pay their fair share in taxes. Because here's the thing, it's just not right that those who can most afford it are often paying a lower tax rate than our teachers and our nurses and our firefighters. It's just not right. It's just not right. So that's why I support a billionaire minimum tax and corporations paying their fair share. And while we ensure that the wealthy and big corporations pay their fair share, we will tax capital gains at a rate that rewards investment in America's innovators, founders, and small businesses. So here's the detail. If you earn $1 million a year or more, the tax rate on your long-term capital gains will be 28% under my plan, because we know when the government encourages investment, it leads to broad-based economic growth, and it creates jobs, which makes our economy stronger. Now compare that to what Donald Trump plans. He intends to cut off federal programs that give loans to small businesses. He plans to give billionaires massive tax cuts and to cut corporate taxes by over $1 trillion, even as they pull in record profits. His plans will add more than $5 trillion to the national debt, and that is on top of the $2 trillion tax cut he gave them when he was president and when he exploded the deficit. We know how to count. We know how to count. And now he also wants to impose what in effect is a national sales tax on everyday products and basic necessities, which will skyrocket the cost for families and small businesses. And New Hampshire, on top of all of this, if Donald Trump were to win in November, he intends to end the Affordable Care Act, which would significantly increase costs on small businesses, as we know. And, well, you know what? The courts are going to handle that, and we will handle November. How about that? How about that? That's how we'll handle that. How about that? But think about it. It wants to end the Affordable Care Act, taking us back to a time when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions. You remember what that was? Children with asthma, breast cancer survivors, grandparents with diabetes. So, yeah, look, we are here to tell him and them we are not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back.
Vice President of the United States Kamala Harris at a campaign stop as the Democratic nominee for president, laying out her plan, she says, economic plan, in particular today on the issue of small business. We're going to get back to that, but at the top of her remarks, as you may have heard, Vice President Harris responded to the news of the day out of Winder, Georgia, the school shooting at Appalachia High School. There, 4 confirmed dead, several others injured. The shooter in custody a 14-year-old student at that school. And Vice President Harris, in her remarks, she said this is a senseless tragedy on top of so many senseless tragedies. She said it is just outrageous that every day in our country the parents have to send their children to school worried about whether their child will come home alive or not. It doesn't have to be that way. That's what she said.
Let's bring in our Elizabeth Schulze. She, of course, handles all things politics and business for us. Why don't we start with those remarks? Elizabeth, school has just started for kids across the United States. These high schoolers were in school only for a month, and now one of their own has come in, opening fire, killing 4 people, 9 hospitalized, possibly up to 20 others injured from this mass shooting.
Yeah, and as you guys, as parents, know, what Vice President Harris said is this is not what parents should be thinking about when they are sending their children to school. The reality that she says when she meets with students, when she meets with families, so many of them have said that they have had to go through an active shooter situation at school. And as Terry pointed out, quote, this is a senseless tragedy and it does not have to be this way. We also heard from the White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre. She said the president reiterated that something has to be done so that parents, families do not live this way. You know, how many times, you guys, have we been on and heard these concerns, this tragedy from the president, the vice president, and this just continued heartbreak that so many families have felt.
And she also made the point, and as Kira just did, that this is as regular a part of school as Friday Night Lights. Friday Night Lights and school shootings, cheerleading, and casualties on the hallways of our nation's schools.
Training as young as grade school on how to hide. I mean, we were just talking about this, something we never even thought about when we were kids. I mean, you did the drop, roll, what was the
Duck and cover.
Duck and cover, thank you.
I'm a boomer.
Yeah, never even, that's same for me. You never even thought a moment about the fact that you'd have to do training preparing for a mass shooting in school. It's a dark reality our kids have to deal with now. Elizabeth, you're a new mom, too. I mean, it's something we're all faced with.
Yeah, and it's that time of year, right? We heard the press secretary, the White House press secretary, say this is the first month of school, a time that families and students are thinking about the new year. They're thinking about their priorities, their classes. What people don't want to be thinking about is their safety in schools. They don't want to be going to class wondering if their child will come home safe. And it is, you know, we hear this across the aisle, across the political aisle. We hear this from every parent. This isn't something that any family, this is not a conversation that any family wants to have, and yet here we are, we have this conversation. We hear similar remarks time and time again from all elected officials, guys.
And now VP Harris, on to what this rally was all about, and it was small businesses.
Right, and so just you are a business correspondent. We're lucky to have you that way. So she did outline a plan for small businesses and also kind of took a shot at her opponent, Donald Trump, on that. Tell us what the news is in her plan for small businesses.
Right, and this is, of course, had been the focus of the remarks going, before the tragedy that we saw in Georgia today. And really the idea here, guys, is to try to make this appeal to small businesses. The centerpiece of the proposal today is expanding how much small businesses can deduct from their taxes if you're starting a business. So currently, you can get a $5,000 tax deduction if you're a startup. She wants to expand that tenfold to $50,000. And the White House, the campaign, says that would help cover the typical cost of starting a business at $40,000, they say. You know, the idea here really to try to provoke more businesses into this idea of you should be incentivized, this shouldn't be holding you back. I think that this is really a notable time that the vice president, trying to focus on those small businesses while she's still in her remarks, did make a point to say she would want to raise taxes on the biggest corporations and wealthiest Americans. We know that that's a point where her policies differ from former President Trump. She's called for a 28% corporate tax rate that would raise the current rate, while former President Trump wants to lower that rate. And yet in the same breath, guys, she talked about lowering capital gains taxes. So that's something that she's really trying to walk this fine line, show that she has the support of populist middle class, but also trying to say, I would be good for business, trying to counter that narrative that former President Trump leads so strongly on when it comes to the economy.
Elizabeth Schulze, appreciate you. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks. So let's continue our conversation, especially on this news of day out of Georgia, with our chief Washington correspondent, Jonathan Karl. So, John, You know, first week of school, obviously, for so many students across the country, another mass shooting, as we were just talking about. This is so frustrating in our politics. Everybody agrees. It's a disgrace on our country. It's an anxiety for every parent who has a kid in school. And yet our politics is broken on it. You're covering this election like nobody else. How much of an issue can this be in our election this year, given the stalemate that we have?
I think that this issue has changed over the course of time. Obviously, the mounting frustration at this continuing epidemic of school shootings. And you can't point necessarily to a single change in the gun laws that would prevent an individual mass shooting. But Terry, for so long, and as you and I have both covered this issue, it was clear that nothing could be done. The power of the National Rifle Association and the fear that Republicans, but also a lot of Democrats had to do anything to cross the NRA. Well, the NRA is a shell of a shadow of its former self, and Democrats feel that this is a resonant issue. And look, it's way too early to know what happened here in Georgia, and if anything that's been proposed or has been blocked could have made any difference. But there's clearly a sense that the political system has been entirely incapable of addressing this issue. And I think that you are already, before what we saw today happen, but you are already seeing Democrats no longer afraid to make this a central issue. They think the public is with them in terms of instituting what Democrats would call, and some Republicans who support it, common sense gun laws.
You know, it's interesting that you bring this up, John. I just had an interview with Congressman Tom Emmer, and of course we weren't expecting this breaking news to happen. He was booked to talk specifically about the race for the White House, and of course, he's number 3, right? When we talk about the position that he holds in Congress, and I asked him for his reaction to the mass shooting, and I just asked a simple question of, where does Congress go from here? What does Congress, do about this? And he really jumped me on that, saying didn't like it, saying you're politicizing a mass shooting. And I said, hold on just a second here. We are speaking as parents and everyday Americans that this is happening far too often. And there's a lot of talk about gun control and dealing with mental illness and the problems in our schools and the fact that our kids have to start, training for mass shootings, at the age of 5, for goodness sake. It's not about politicizing a mass shooting. It's about, what are you going to do about it? So many issues stalled on this.
Yeah, I mean, look, and there can be a debate about what to do about it, but what's undebatable, not subject for debate, is that we've had this issue. I mean, I remember covering, God, Kira, you and I probably did it together, Columbine, 1999, right? I mean, this has been a recurring and a building problem in our country, and our political system has been unable to address it. That's just a fact.
And John, let's look ahead. The presidential debate here on ABC News is just 6 days away now. So Kamala Harris is out there, and she's on the campaign trail. So is Donald Trump, as, of course, post-Labor Day they would be. Talk about debate prep. What is it? What counts? I guess it depends on the candidate. Sometimes getting out on the campaign trail, you get that energy going, you sharpen your arguments. Sometimes you have to hit the books, hit the moot court. What do you think?
I think debate prep is often the most overrated part of a presidential campaign. I mean, my Lord, look at how much time Joe Biden spent at Camp David prepping for the June 27th debate that ultimately ended his campaign. Debate prep didn't help there. And Terry, I think we were together at the time, but during the 2000 campaign, Al Gore against George W. Bush, there were 3 debates in that campaign, and Gore spent a combined total of, as I recall, over a week, probably 10 days in Sarasota, Florida, holed up doing debate prep off the campaign trail during a critical part of the campaign when he could have been campaigning in places like his home state of Tennessee. And he did lots and lots of prep, and he was really prepared. And I think arguably those 3 debates cost Gore the presidency, or maybe the lack of campaigning that he did while he was, preparing for those debates maybe cost him the presidency in that ever so close election. So I don't know. I think that candidates can be over-prepared, and what the preparation often produces are the canned lines that you hear. Sometimes the canned lines hit. Sometimes we remember them years later. I knew Jack Kennedy. Jack Kennedy was a friend of mine. You're no Jack Kennedy. I mean, we know that sometimes they land and sometimes they just sound corny.
Yeah, and I'm thinking that Al Gore might well have won that debate with the nation's debate coaches, which may have been his goal. That was part of his problem in his campaign, that he lacked the common touch in some ways.
And then you have Donald Trump, where you're never quite sure if he is prepping or not, because he's just going to say whatever he wants and go off script.
Terry. Yes, I mean, just one thing on the Al Gore thing. I mean, at least, Terry, we got to spend a lot of time in Sarasota, Florida, without anything to do because he was holed up in
2 weeks or whatever it was. Yeah. I remember that. Brought the family down.
We're doing a lot of reminiscing.
Yeah, we are.
We're all showing our age.
I'm sorry, we're way too old.
Let's talk about the poll.
That's right. We've got the ABC News Ipsos polling, right, showing this wide gender gap between both of these candidates. Let's just talk about the significance of this for each campaign, when you think of most American voters in this country are women, and you look at Harris right now, up 13%. There was a time where Trump wasn't really worried when Biden was in the race. She jumps in, and it's changing the numbers.
Yeah, what's interesting is the way it's moved. So look, we always talk about the gender gap, and it's often talked about in ways Trump and Republicans are bleeding support among women. But obviously there's a gender gap the other way. I mean, Kamala Harris is losing men. But what's interesting is she has closed it among men compared to where Biden was, and it's opened up among women for Trump. So look, the poll is consistent with where it was actually before the Democratic convention, but it shows how fundamentally the race has changed since Biden got out, and the gender gap is one significant way it has changed, and it has widened to Kamala Harris's advantage.
And I hadn't noted that she's at least regaining some of the men voters that Biden seemed to have lost. So Trump recorded a town hall today. It's going to air tonight on Fox News. What should we expect out of that?
Well, Sean Hannity is hosting. I expect some really tough questions, Terry. I think it's going to be a brutal examination
it will not be edited
of his record.
All.
Oh no, not at all. I mean, it's going to be. It was with Hannity that he came up with that line. Hannity's like, look, they're trying to say that you're going to take away democracy, that you're going to be a dictator. That's not what you want to do. And Trump said, well, only on day one. On day one. So even when Hannity tries to help him out, sometimes it doesn't, work out so well. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm expecting, a friendly town hall.
All right, that's for sure. John Carl, as always, thanks very much. See you on the trail.
All right, we'll see you.
Coming up, a lot more coverage, unfortunately, around that deadly shooting out of Georgia that killed 4 people, injuring 9 more. The suspect, a 14-year-old student at the school. We'll be right back.
Whenever news breaks.
We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike.
ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland, let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television. Nightline, the stories that shape your world, that shape your life. Dramatic, stunning, empowering, jaw-dropping. The most powerful stories of our time. Nightline, on right after Kimmel and streaming on Hulu. Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, start here.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning. To catch you up with what happened overnight. Clashing over national security.
What's happening today? Tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The worries on Wall Street.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between. Catching up on sleep during the weekend could be good for your heart.
Non-alcoholic bars are popping up in a growing number of cities. That's the spirit.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Glad you're streaming with us. There is an investigation now underway following that mass shooting at Appalachia High School in Georgia. Police say a suspect is now in custody. Multiple law enforcement sources tell ABC News the shooter is believed to be a 14-year-old student of that school.
And the Georgia Bureau of Investigation is confirming at least 4 people are dead, 9 others hospitalized. The school is located in the town of Winder, and that's between Atlanta and Athens. I want to bring in our investigative correspondent, Aaron Katursky. Once again, Faith Abube, who's there on the scene, and also former chief of detectives for the NYPD, Bob Boyce. So, Aaron, I mean, all of our hearts sunk when we learned not only that this student, or this shooter, was a student at the school, but just 14 years old. What else do we know? Anything about him, the weapon, anything?
Nothing as of yet. In fact, precious little. And I wonder if we're going to know much more, including an identity, because of the shooter's age. 14 years old, a student at the high school, Appalachia High School, there in Georgia, where the shooting began around 9:30 in the morning. Students who we spoke to said it was sometime in the middle of second period when they started to hear the gunfire inside the school. So somehow the student was able to get some kind of a weapon inside the school and then open fire. But whether this was targeted or random, whether there was a grievance or not, we just don't know any of that. We do expect law enforcement officials to brief again sometime within the hour. Kira, we know that 4 people have been killed. Another 9 have been seriously injured. There may have been even more people who were injured as they rushed to get out of the building. Students were seen congregating on the football field where they were reunited with parents, some standing in prayer circles as investigators worked to clear the building and to make sure that they were only talking about a single shooter here, which does appear to be the case.
And Faith, you have been on the ground there now for hours talking to students who witnessed this shooting, who fled it, took the proper precautions inside their classrooms. And some of those stories you've been hearing, they're harrowing. Tell us about them.
Yeah, they're harrowing and they're heartbreaking, Terry. One student we spoke to just a while ago told us how when they walked out of the classroom, they actually saw their math teacher on the ground in the school hallway, and he had been shot. And she was describing the gruesome details of what she saw there. And that's just one story. We've heard from other students as well. At this point, I can tell you the family reunification is still happening. We talked to a parent just moments ago who said that they just came from the football field. This is where a lot of the students, when they were evacuated from the building, they were told to go to the football field. And so when you see that overhead helicopter shot, you see hundreds and hundreds of people packed on the football field. That is still happening at this point. He estimates maybe there are still hundreds of people who are still there, and parents who are going in there trying to get their children out hours after this happened. He himself told us the process he had to go through. Once he got here, police officers had to direct him to figure out exactly how to get around the campus. Right now, the campus where we are at, there are a cluster of schools. There's the middle school, the elementary school, and the high school. So they have to figure out how to navigate through all of that, get to the football field, reunite with their kid, and then before they exit, they had to show their ID. So you have police officers who have a list of all the students who are supposed to be at the school, and then they're checking off those lists one by one and matching the kids to the parents. So it's an extensive process. It's going very slowly, but it's very detailed. And so that is still underway right now. As far as the students, again, as you were talking about, they were telling us the details of what they heard. They heard gunshots, or what they thought were gunshots at the time. At first, some of them told us that they didn't actually think it was gunshots. They just thought it was some sort of drill, some sort of commotion, and then it became real. Their teachers started locking the doors. They helped the teachers put chairs and tables by the door to barricade the door so no one would come in. They huddled in corners of their classrooms and just waited and hoped that the shooter would not come in that classroom. A lot of them were crying. They were calling their parents. One parent we just talked to, the one I was telling you, who had just reunited with his son, told us that those moments when he couldn't get in touch with his son were just filled with anxiety. He couldn't figure out what to do, what to think. They kept hearing sirens and police vehicles just pass by their home, which is not too far from the campus here. And they had to walk about 2 miles because there are vehicles just parked everywhere. Parents just trying to get to the school, parking wherever they can. Of course, there are road closures as well. And so they had to navigate all of that to get to their students. Of course, a lot of them are finding out that their students are okay. We do know 4 people are dead. We don't have their identity at this point. But again, a lot of people are having to deal with this at this point. And this is going to be a long healing process they're going to have to go through. Terry.
Sort of chilling seeing that cell phone video, Faith, that the students had, some of them had taken while in these classrooms. You see the red lights flashing, which is part of the warning that they go into lockdown, and then seeing them passing the police officers here. This was one student took this video. This is actually Alessandra, who I believe is the young lady that Faith had talked to earlier. This is where they were in the classroom. You can see the police officers there trying to calmly get them all to file up in one line and exit the school. You see other officers there coming in to clear the hallways, but you still saw the red lights blinking. It's chilling when you get an inside look like this. I mean, we talk about cell phones being banned in schools. I guess it's time like this that they could become useful with regard to evidence, to something like this. Bob, investigators now searching all types of locations associated with this shooter, this 14-year-old student. Do we know exactly what they're looking for and how it could help the investigation?
Well, the first thing we look for, Kara, is his locker. Is there any kind of explosive material in there? And to clear that first before anything goes, once you identify this person. Evacuating school is not easy. It's difficult, and it's room by room. So that takes a while. That explains some of the timeline it took to get people out of there, move them to a safer location. We don't know the breakdown of student versus teacher on those injuries and those who were killed. So that all has to come. The most important thing is here, we won't know today, more than likely, the motive for this shooting. That'll take a while. Some social media scrubs, parents being talked to, other students. We'll find out more as we go along today, but probably not at 4 o'clock. Hopefully we know more when they do the press conference coming forward.
Thank you, Bob. Aaron, Bob brings up a point. We'll hear from the parents, and as we saw in Michigan, depending on state laws, parents can be liable for their minor child accessing a firearm that should have been secured and then using it in criminal activity. I know that you've covered some of that. And is that something that I suppose law enforcement officials, of course, would be interested in how this child got a hold of this firearm and brought it to school?
And Terry, so often the shooter in these incidents dies along with many victims. Here, the suspect is in custody. We have not heard the condition of this 14-year-old student, but by all accounts, there would be some kind of a prosecution for the shooter, perhaps, as you say, for the parents, especially given the apparent age, 14 years old, of this student and shooter. We're still waiting to find out what kind of weapon, whether authorities have been able to trace it. Undoubtedly, if they've recovered it, they've been able to do that by now to see if it was obtained legally or not. In Georgia, where gun laws are more lax than in other parts of the country, perhaps it was obtained legally, but it should not have been in the hands of a 14-year-old going to school.
And Faith, any word, just take it back to you there on the ground since you're at the school, any word on when every student will be picked up, joined with friend, family, and the high school cleared out? And I'm assuming school may close down for a while moving forward. Anything you know about just the next day?
Right now. Yeah, and that's what we're hearing from parents as well. They can't imagine school just picking up where it left off tomorrow morning. And so they're waiting for that official word. And we're hoping to connect with these parents and, of course, the districts as well as they're getting ready for this news conference at 4 o'clock to get more details about that. But again, from that one parent, there are still a lot of people, from his estimation, about hundreds of people who are still on that football field trying to get their kids, trying to reunify with their siblings or whoever it is that they're here to pick up. And so this is a process that at least probably going to take a few hours before it's all cleared up. But of course, that investigation is still going. You see the crime scene tape behind me, flashing lights behind me. That scene is still being processed at this time. Kara.
All right, Aaron, Faith, Bob, thank you all so much.
We'll be right back. More news coming up next.
This is Impact by Nightline.
Are you kidding me? My sense was that everybody around him was afraid of him. Brittany describes having a secret abortion that not even her family knew about.
What's going on with Kate?
What is the relationship like between Harry and William today?
What did people start to say? You look great. Are you on Ozempic?
I told the kids, I said, I'm not even gonna let you eat breakfast until you get your chores done.
She talks about tough love and harsh punishment.
No, it's abuse.
I think Scott Peterson murdered his wife and his child. Proved me wrong.
Do you feel the church accepted abuse?
Yep, that's him.
Yep.
Ready? Does your church protect sexual predators?
How do you top the most watched season yet?
Fabulous.
It's a bit erotic, a bit exotic.
You have no idea.
Impact by Nightline. The all-new season premieres this September, only on Hulu.
Did you kill John O'Keefe?
The trial of Karen Reed is now underway.
She's accused of second-degree murder, pleading not guilty.
Accused of killing her boyfriend, a Boston police officer.
It's the true crime story of the summer.
Would you say that you were angry with John that night?
Yes.
Now, exclusive personal video and Karen Reed speaking out fully for herself. The all-new 2020, Friday at 9/8 Central on ABC. ABC News Live, honored with 8 Emmy nominations, more than any other streaming news network. And ABC News Live Prime with Linsey Davis, the first and only streaming show nominated for Best Outstanding Live News Program. This is ABC News Live. They both want to be your next president. Now, Donald Trump, Kamala Harris, face to face. The ABC News presidential debate, moderated by David Muir and Linsey Davis. Tuesday, live on ABC and streaming on Hulu and Disney+.
Glad you're streaming with us. We are continuing to follow the breaking news out of Winder, Georgia. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation says 4 people now confirmed dead after a shooting here at Appalachia High School. The Barrow County Sheriff saying the suspect, a 14-year-old student at the school, is now in custody.
Vice President Kamala Harris addressed the shooting just moments ago at a campaign event in New Hampshire. Let's listen to what she had to say on this topic.
You know, our hearts are with all the students, the teachers, and their families, of course. And we are grateful to the first responders and the law enforcement that were on the scene. But this is just a senseless tragedy. We've got to stop it. And we have to end end this epidemic of gun violence in our country once and for all. You know, it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way.
Senior White House correspondent Selena Wang is traveling with the Harris campaign in New Hampshire, and she joins us now with one of the state senators there, Jeanne Shaheen, Democrat from New Hampshire. Selena?
Hey, Terry, great to be with you. I'm joined here by a special guest, Senator Shaheen of New Hampshire. Senator, thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Nice to be with you. Thanks.
So we heard Vice President Harris talk about the senseless tragedy today, and President Biden today said it is finally time for Congress to act and to pass universal background checks, common sense legislation, banning assault weapons. How realistic is this right now?
Well, one of the things she talked about is the freedom agenda that she supports, and one of those pieces is freedom from gun violence. And when parents have to worry that their kids are going to go off to school and they may not see them because there's a shooter who comes in and takes out a whole classroom, then that's not the kind of freedom that we want in America. She pointed out that you can support the Second Amendment, which she does, but you can also support common sense gun safety legislation, which she also does. And I think that's where most Americans are.
And as the president and vice president said, we've seen these tragedies become all too common. But what about the momentum in Congress? What would it take to actually pass those common sense gun legislations that President Biden spoke about today?
Well, you know, we got very close back in 2013 when I was in the Senate, and we lost the background check legislation by one vote. So I think there is real support to do that. There has been some bipartisan negotiations going on, but nothing will happen until after the election. But we know there's a very big difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump on this issue.
And we're here in New Hampshire, a solidly blue state. So why did Vice President Harris decide to campaign here today? Is there anxiety or nervousness about her prospects in this state?
Well, we hope not. We're working very hard to make sure that she is New Hampshire's choice come November. But she talked about her small business agenda, and New Hampshire is the epitome of a small business state. We're here at Throwback Brewery, which is a small business in the Seacoast that, again, represents what so many of our small businesses do. It's not just good jobs, but it's commitment to community and support for trying to ensure that people have what they need. And so I think that fits very well into her opportunity agenda that she talked about, the difference that she has in believing that Americans should have every opportunity to get as far as their potential will take them, versus what Donald Trump stands for. His Project 2025 shows clearly that what he wants to do is raise costs on middle-class families, that he wants to focus on billionaires, that he's talking about limiting freedoms. So that's a real choice that we have in November.
And Vice President Harris, of course, has her eye on the large contingency of independent voters here. How are you seeing her gain traction with independent voters, and how does that compare to when President Biden was still in this race?
Well, I think, as we've seen in the polling in New Hampshire and nationally, there's been a huge swing since Vice President Biden got out and Vice President Harris got in. And the enthusiasm that we see today, over 2,000 people from the Seacoast who are still here waiting in lines, have been here for hours.
The shuttles will not be operating.
We can still hear you.
For
No
another
way.
30 minutes.
I think shows
So we will be waiting for
the
30
enthusiasm
minutes
that's
before
here
shuttles will be
and
operating.
the commitment
Thank
that
you.
people have to making a difference in November.
Thank you so much, Senator Shaheen. We really appreciate it. Tara and Kira, back to you.
Selena, appreciate it. Thank you so much, and thanks to the senator.
Yeah, great interview.
By the way, starting today, there's one more place you can get ABC News anytime, anywhere.
ABC News Live, that's us, is now on Disney Plus, round the clock, live 7 days a week. And of course, that includes the ABC News presidential debate, which is live. That's coming next Tuesday, September 10th. So get ABC News Live anywhere you stream news, and now on your Disney Plus as well.
We just keep growing.
That's great.
The news never stops. Neither does our growth. You can find us anywhere you stream. We'll be right back. More news next.
Baywatch is a fantasy.
Baywatch was sexy.
Baywatch was the #1 show in the world. When you hear that theme song,
I had no idea how much fun I was going to have.
It was addicting. People were just eating that stuff alive.
It was a wild time, and I was a wild chick.
Jason Momoa exploded.
Carmen was a bombshell.
Pamela Anderson was an icon.
Pamela was the sweet girl from Canada who came to get the American dream.
I'm really proud of everything I've done. Almost.
Baywatch was a whirlwind of epic highs and bitter lows.
It was a lot of pressure.
Everybody was disposable, and if you didn't fit into their brand, you were gone.
Greed, lust, fame.
Everyone likes to watch sexy things.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different.
The critics agree.
Hated the Brat Pack. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense?
Andrew? I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything. Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium.
1985? I think we could have. Let's go.
We are heading into the unknown.
Oh my gosh.
We just saw what no one has seen before.
Well, dead ahead. Tag on! Hammer, hammer, hammer.
It doesn't get any more cutting edge than this.
Reporting from Miami, Florida, I'm Victor Oquendo. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips.
And I'm Terry Moran, and we are following the breaking news on ABC News Live. An investigation is now underway following a mass shooting at Appalachia High School in Georgia. Police say a suspect is now in custody. Multiple law enforcement sources tell ABC News that this shooter is believed to be a 14-year-old student at that school.
GBI confirming at least 4 people are now dead, with at least 9 others hospitalized with injuries. The school is located in the town of Winder. That's between Atlanta and Athens, actually about an hour outside of Atlanta, Georgia. Our contributor and former chief of detectives for the NYPD, Bob Boyce, with us now. Bob, a 14-year-old student. Look, it's not the first time that we, unfortunately, have seen this. Mass shootings are a problem. The kids are getting younger. They are students. They have access to guns. When do you think we could have a motive?
I think we probably have something now, to be honest with you. It's been a couple hours now, 5 or 6 hours, and they've had this man in custody, this young man in custody, I should say. He's 14 years old. The motive will be determined through a couple different ways by what he tells them. Of course, if he speaks at all, through his parents, through social media scrubs. And we see time and time again, there's always the event that could be bullying in the school, and someone came back for that. But we don't know until we actually do a deep dive. So motive will come later on. The fact that his identity might be concealed because of his age. But my biggest concern is, where did he get the gun? Where did it come from? And is anybody culpable for his obtaining that weapon to bring it to school? Those things all will come to fore. Hopefully at 4 o'clock, at least the last question will be where he got the gun from. Is it registered? Is it a parent's gun? Maybe they bought it for him. Who knows what? But that's what we have to determine right now with this young man, exactly how he got into the school and where he got the gun.
And Bob, I want to follow up on that. We are looking at live pictures now of that school, Appalachia High School in Widener, Georgia. It is calmer now than obviously than it has been earlier in the day. This shooting taking place around 9:30 this morning. But let me follow up, if I can, on that question of where he got the gun. We saw in Michigan parents prosecuted for the shooting in Oxford, Michigan, I believe it was, because they failed to secure weapons in their home that were used in that crime. Michigan has that law. Not all states do, but just at this point in the investigation, would parents put up a wall between themselves and police, worried about their own liability if it did come from their house? Now, how do you handle that? Because they're a main source of information, right?
They are, and their contributions matter. Now, right away, is that did he fire the gun? Did they know he had access to the gun?
Lost your audio. You might have hit the, did you get muted, Bob?
Try it again.
Well, while we wait to see if we can get Bob Boyce up again, just real quickly, you know, we heard Kamala Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris, make remarks at the rally in New Hampshire. Now, former President Trump posting on Truth Social, our hearts are with the victims and loved ones of those affected by the tragic event in Wynneuk, Georgia. These cherished children were taken from us far too soon by a sick and deranged monster. Now, we've heard from both candidates that are out there on the campaign trail. Bob, I understand we have you back. So what can we expect now with regard to the investigation, and how soon can we know of a motive? You think pretty soon, because this 14-year-old student is in custody and apparently talking.
Apparently, yes. We will know more, that's for sure. We'll know about the parents, too. Go right to the house. We have to search the location. So a search warrant will be prepared to search his home, find out what he was, to pull his computers in. Was he talking to anybody? Was he radicalized by any fashion at all, by some media outlet? I don't know that. But also his locker, that's important, too. And how long did he plan this for? It may be difficult to find that out when he bought ammunition, how contributory he was to that weapon. So we want to know where this came from. Was he planning this all summer? We could tell from writings and back and forth from his friends how it was. But again, we will know that probably till in the coming days. But tonight, we may know something about a motive that they will not speak of, but they'll tell us what it might be, what he said initially.
And Bob, I know you've been with us all day, and you've heard some of the interviews that Faith Abube was doing with students who came out of that school, telling the story of what it was like. And it was clear that the protocols for protecting students that all of our schools now have to have, the active shooter drills, paid off. It sounded like we do have dead, we have injured here. But I guess it could have been worse without what they were trained to do, what those children, our children, are trained to do and do under fire.
Terry, Faith had some amazing interviews. I haven't seen this in other cases where we were able to get that true fact. And that's all we had at the time, too. We didn't get a lot of information from the school, from the sheriff's office. So she came up with some amazing stuff. And those kids are traumatized and will be for a long, long time. There's going to have to be grief counselors in that school, people talking to each classroom one by one, because this just doesn't go away. You just can't accept this and move forward. There's some residuals here that psychologically could affect them. They're not going to feel safe. A couple of little girls said that, too. They don't feel safe going back to school. That has to be, that's a huge monumental tasking by the school district to get them back into that framework where they can go back with open mind and learn. So this is a big, complex issue here. I applaud the fact that the school was ready for this with the red light system, shelter in place, call the police immediately. They had the drills. All these things saved lives. You hate to use the word, it could always be worse, but I think lives were saved today by this preparation.
Bob Boyce, appreciate your insight and help just getting through a pretty difficult day.
Yeah.
Thanks for streaming with us. I'm Kira Phillips.
And I'm Terry Moran. We will continue to keep an eye on Winder, Georgia, and that news conference from police on the deadly shooting there. It's expected at any moment now, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
What you need to know right now on GMA3. Intense record heat for 60 million Americans across 5 states in the West, with more than 100 days at 100 degrees in Phoenix, Arizona. Ginger Z with the latest.
The new public health advisory raising the alarm on parents' mental health. U.S. Surgeon General Dr. Vivek Murthy is here with how to reset when you're burned out and stressed.
Plus, how a false positive on a mammogram can affect your future health. What women need to know.
And working to elevate the care that can help families cope and ensuring good jobs for the caregivers' workforce. And we're taking you dancing inside season 33 of Dancing with the Stars. Judges Carrie Ann Inaba and Bruno Tonioli are here with secrets from the brand new season. And we'll meet some new cast members.
And for the first time since 2005, 2 American men will face off at the U.S. Open semifinals this week. Frances Tiafoe versus Taylor Fritz.
Here you come again, who could it be? It's 3 a.m., no caller ID.
Plus, No Caller ID, the new tune from singer-songwriter sensation Megan Moroney, right here.
Now from Times Square, Eva Pilgrim and DeMarco Morgan with What You Need to Know.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to What You Need to Know. On this Wednesday, our friend Will Reeve joins us here. DeMarco is out. Good to have you.
Always great to be here. Always great to see Dr. Darian Sutton as well.
Great to be here with you, too. Good morning, good afternoon.
Who knows what time it is?
It's Wednesday. That's what we do know. We do have some stuff to talk to you about. There's this new study, really interesting. It's looking at false positives with mammograms and what that tells us about people's future screening behavior.
This to me is so helpful. So what are false positives? That's when you get that test result back. It tells you that you likely have something like cancer. You do the follow-up, and then it proves that that first test was false or incorrect. So you don't have cancer. So in this report, it looks at over 3.5 million mammograms. And I think most importantly, it found that women who had false positives, 24% were less likely to come back and to continue screening. Now, I can only imagine why. You know, getting that first positive result can be traumatic, even if you find out that it was negative. So that's one of the reasons, but it's concerning because it's found that those women who, although they had that false positive test, might be years ago, still had an elevated risk. So they were even more important to come back and to follow up.
And if someone does get that stressful call saying there's something suspicious that's been found on a mammogram, what do they need to do next?
I think number one, you have to remain calm in those moments because often we have to be hyper critical when we're looking at these images because we don't want to miss anything. And it's important that you have to go back for the follow-up. That might mean that you get an additional test, a repeat test, or an additional image that's different, like an ultrasound or an MRI. I think it's really important, no matter what, to do that follow-up and also follow those instructions because, again, you might be at higher risk inevitably.
But you must do those screenings.
You have to come back and do those screenings. Yeah. We hate to say something in medicine, we say lost to follow-up. That's the most concerning thing. That means that the patient hasn't come back, and they probably benefit from coming back and getting that additional test.
All right, doctor, thank you for that. More with you coming up in a little bit, but right now we got to get to our headlines. So we turn to ABC's Zoreen Shaw, who's in Los Angeles. Hi there, Zoreen.
Hey there, Will. We begin with the sizzling September heat wave here in the West. Here's our Ginger Z. Much of the plains of Texas desperately need rain, but not all at once like this. 5 to 7 inches falling really quickly just north of San Antonio. That was from inside a car where a man was rescued. The fire departments there rescued 6 people alone on that street. So they had a lot of water rescues and more of that elevated risk today along Louisiana and much of Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. Also wanted to mention that dozens of cities had their hottest summer on record. Phoenix was one of them, Las Vegas was one of them, and now Phoenix has had at least 100 days in a row of hitting 100 degrees. That is smashing an old record. It was only 76, and so we'll keep that trend going. Excessive heat warnings from Phoenix up to Washington State. We could see some records break from Portland to Seattle late this week. And the U.S. Justice Department now bringing charges against a number of senior Hamas leaders for their alleged role in the October 7th attacks for financing and directing a decades-long campaign to murder American citizens and endanger the security of the United States. As the third night of protests intensified across Israel, anger has been growing against Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for not reaching a ceasefire deal to bring the hostages home. Vice President Kamala Harris is in New Hampshire to unveil her plan to spark 25 million small businesses and expand entrepreneurship. Former President Trump delivering economic remarks tomorrow. Harris is hunkering down in Pennsylvania ahead of the pivotal debate against the former president. And you, of course, can catch that showdown right here on ABC next Tuesday night, September 10th. A former aide to 2 New York governors accused of spying for China, allegedly in exchange for millions of dollars in kickbacks. Linda's son was deputy chief of staff to Governor Kathy Hochul. Hochul calling the incident a betrayal of trust. Linda's son and her husband pleading not guilty, now free on bond right now. And finally, red, white, and phew, big foe besting veteran Grigor Dimitrov at the U.S. Open. Francis Tiafoe now facing his friend Taylor Fritz in the semifinals. 2 American men to battle it out in the semifinals for the first time since 2005. And American Emma Navarro advancing to the semis.
Can't wait for those American. I mean, it's too bad that Fritz and Tiafoe play each other in the semis because it'll be an amazing final, but lots to look forward to.
We were just talking about how fun it is to see the Americans doing well at the Open. So thanks, Serene. There's much more ahead here on GMA3 on this Wednesday. The new health advisory when it comes to parents' mental health. The U.S. Surgeon General joins us on why he is sounding the alarm.
Plus, revolutionizing family and elder care across the country. Stay with us right here on GMA3.
Whenever news breaks,
We are here in Israel, a nation at war after that brutal surprise attack by Hamas.
On the ground in Ukraine, reporting from Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this little town.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
In Iceland. Let's go.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines. From southern Israel.
Outside the Gaza Strip.
In Beirut.
From the FBI.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is. We're going to take you there.
You're streaming
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
Hi, I'm Andy.
And I'm Sabrina.
And we're moms, juggling tons of stuff every day, like all you moms out there.
And you know what we love?
Really love?
Pop culture.
So what happens when being obsessed with pop culture collides with being a mom?
You get us.
So listen now to our new podcast, Pop Culture Moms,
wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to GMA3. According to the American Psychological Association, 48% of parents say most days their stress is completely overwhelming, and that number drops to 26% of adults without kids.
Now, as the new school year begins, the U.S. Surgeon General is issuing a health advisory on parental stress. Here to discuss is the U.S. Surgeon General and father of two, we should point out, Dr. Vivek Murthy. Thank you so much for being with us.
Of course, glad to be with you today.
You have been very vocal about mental health with children and adolescents. Now you're issuing this advisory specifically geared towards parents. What is going on?
Well, one of the things that I realized early on in my tenure as Surgeon General was that we were living through a mental health crisis in America, and it was one that was hitting our kids particularly hard. But as I traveled around the country and spoke to families across America, one thing became very clear. It's that parents were struggling too. And we cannot address fully the youth mental health crisis without also recognizing that parents' mental health impacts the mental health of kids. And right now, millions of parents are struggling with overwhelming amounts of stress. We need to pull back the curtain on what's happening to them and find ways to get them more support.
Dr. Murthy, what do you think is driving these numbers and this disproportionate rate of loneliness among parents?
Yeah, so the numbers are deeply concerning. It's one about how many parents are overwhelmed by stress, and nearly half of parents are saying that most days their stress is completely overwhelming. But the loneliness numbers are also surprising and striking, which is that 65% of parents are saying that they struggle with loneliness, and that number actually goes above 75% if you talk to single parents. And so both of these contribute to the major stresses parents are experiencing. But here's where it's coming from. There are the old stressors that parents have always had to deal with, worrying about safety, worrying about how to manage the stress of the teenage years, dealing with many, many sleepless nights, which I can attest to as a parent myself. But there are also new stressors. Parents today have to worry about how to manage social media and phones for their kids, which is a major source of stress. And the loneliness epidemic, the mental health crisis that's hit kids particularly hard, is a major source of stress in parents' lives. When you put these together with the fact that many of us have frankly lost our villages, we don't have the kind of supports that we may have had in the past, and the entire challenge and work of parenting is falling on the shoulders of one or two parents alone, that is really a recipe for what you're seeing now, which is extreme mental health stress and strain on parents.
We know that mental health and physical health are inextricably linked. So what impact is this having on parents' physical health?
Well, we do have a lot of evidence now that stress has negative effects on your health, physical and mental. And it's not that all stress is bad. If you have small, manageable amounts of stress intermittently, that can actually help build resilience. Think about when you go to the gym and you put physical stress on your body by lifting weights or working on the treadmill, the elliptical. But the problem with what parents are going through right now is the stress is both extreme and it's also prolonged. And those two things together can actually lead to both bad physical and mental health outcomes. I should just say, though, that it's something that parents, I suspect, can relate to, many parents, which is that all of this is being accelerated by this culture of comparison that we are living in, where we are constantly looking at what others are doing online on social media, and we're judging ourselves. We're saying, hey, we're not doing enough as parents. So-and-so is doing that for their kids. So-and-so is involved in many extracurricular activities. Should my kid be doing that as well? And that constant comparison just adds extra stress and weight to parents and makes them feel like they're falling short.
Well, and then you hear so much from grandparents, right? Like, well, we did this by ourselves and it was okay. Are you saying something is different now for this group of parents?
One thing is just very clear, though. You know, in the advisory, I lay out solutions that we have to take, and those solutions have to be preceded by a broader cultural shift that we make in our country to recognize that parenting is invaluable. It's important to all of us, affects all of society. And if we recognize that, that can drive policy changes, like ensuring parents have access to good quality mental health care, that they have access to paid leave so they can be there when a child gets sick.
U.S. Surgeon General Dr. Vivek Murthy, thank you so much for being with us. We should also remind everyone he is a parent.
Yes.
2 kids.
The most important role.
Yes. And throughout the year, we will continue to bring you reporting on how to build those social connections as part of Mental State, the loneliness epidemic. It's right here on ABC News.
And when we come back, mission critical care.
What one woman is doing to help lift some of those heavy burdens on families with stronger support for the nation's care workers. More GMA3 in just a bit.
A nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting. From the scene of that deadly missile strike.
ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland, let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. Clashing over national security.
What's happening today? Tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The worries on Wall Street.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between. Catching up on sleep during the weekend could be good for your heart.
Non-alcoholic bars are popping up in a growing number of cities. That's the spirit.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Welcome back to GMA3. Our next guest is a nationally recognized expert on family and elder care. Her organization, Care Across Generations, is on a mission to revolutionize care in America.
Creating policy and infrastructure is part of the plan to alleviate stress on American families. Please welcome Ai-jen Hu. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you for having me. I'm so excited to be here.
And this is something that, you know, many families understand and can relate to. Your organization is part of an initiative called Care Can't Wait.
Yes.
Tell us about this.
Care Can't Wait is this coalition of dozens of organizations around the country that is trying to make it more affordable to care for the people we love. There are 53 million of us who are caring for aging or disabled loved ones, 33 million of us raising young children, and 11 million of us paninied between the pressures of both aging and disability care and child care. And it is a huge stressor. It's both the most profound role we have in life as caregiving, and it's incredibly costly and stressful. And Care Can't Wait wants to move us towards the solutions that can help us afford and manage the care that our families need.
Paninied is a vivid descriptor and an apt one for how folks can get squeezed. So what does Care Across Generations and Care Can't Wait propose to do to fix the care systems in this country?
Well, we want to make childcare more affordable and accessible and ensure that families don't have to pay more than 7% of their income on childcare. Right now, in every state in America, people are paying more for childcare than housing. Than in-state college tuition, and it's just too much for most families to bear. We also want to pass paid family and medical leave at the national level. We're the only developed nation in the world that has no federal paid family medical leave program, and we're proposing 12 weeks so that right now, 1 in 4 moms has to go back to work within 2 weeks of giving birth because they don't.
Crazy.
Wow. Can you imagine? And it happens every day in America, and it doesn't have to. And then we want to make aging and disability care for our seniors and our loved ones with disabilities affordable and accessible. Right now, a room in a nursing home costs about $100,000 per year. Who can afford that? Most of us earn less than $60,000 per year in this country, and it's just the numbers aren't adding up, and it's too much when it's about the people we love. We have to make impossible choices between work and care and everything else.
Yeah, I mean, those are impossible choices to make. You've been on a bus tour recently. What are people telling you?
Oh, in Atlanta, I met a single mom who's in that sandwich, that panini, who's caring for her chronically ill mother at home and her young daughter. And she didn't have time to go to the doctor. And the day before the bus pulled into Atlanta, she was diagnosed with advanced stage cancer. And that is so common. So many caregivers neglect their own health and well-being to care for the people they love because they don't have the supports around them, including the child care workers and the direct care workers who can actually help us as a part of our care team take care of the people we love. Home care workers right now earn a median income of $23,000 per year. So the people we're counting on to help us care for ourselves can hardly take care of themselves and their own families on the wages that they earn. These are all fixable problems. And I heard over and over again in these different cities how urgent and important it is that we move towards them.
It's something we all have to face and deal with.
Yep, that's right.
Arjun, thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you for having me.
And up next here on GMA3, we're getting light on our feet.
With some special surprises here as Dancing with the Stars Season 33 gets underway. We're back in just a bit.
It was a regular day for 19-year-old Melissa Witt.
Something terrible had happened to her.
We had several suspects.
All these kinds of leads.
A known serial killer in your area. Could he be involved?
We're actually finding key evidence that could have slipped through the cracks.
Her last hours on this earth were horrific.
This beautiful young girl. Police will find out what happened.
At Wit's End, the hunt for a killer, only on Hulu. They both want to be your next president. Now finally, Donald Trump.
We will soon be a great nation again.
Kamala Harris.
Do we believe in the promise of America?
Face to face, historic. The ABC News presidential debate, moderated by David Muir and Linsey Davis. Tuesday live on ABC and streaming on ABC News Live, Hulu, and Disney+. The ABC News presidential debate.
All right, Dr. Tarian's back. I don't know how I feel about this. The whole, you age in 2 bursts. I don't know if it's because I'm close to one of those bursts or...
I can't wait to watch you go through that. So, no, in this study, it looks at that question. We always thought that age happened at a stepwise fashion, right? Every year you get a little bit older. But in this study, it found that there are specific ages where that increase in age or that aging process might accelerate. So they looked at millions of adults between the age of 25 and 75. And they found that at specific ages based off of cellular changes from their DNA and also specific molecules, that at the age of 44 and at the age of 60, they noticed an acceleration of aging. We're talking about not just muscle, skin, and wrinkles and cardiovascular disease, but for example, at the age of 40, changes in how you manage cholesterol, changes in how you hold on to fat. At age 60, immune system dysregulation, also decreasing your metabolism and your kidney function. It's just a notice that as we age, we need to pay attention to these specific birthdays, which I think is fascinating.
So what can Eva do?
We're gonna, in our next show, we're gonna,
We're gonna do it in fast forward and see how she ages.
I'm sure you're gonna do it gracefully. No, it's about focusing on what you can do now. And I think that one of the #1 techniques and methods to reduce our risk of aging is muscle building. If you'll notice, those older adults who are in the gym often feel younger, and one of the reasons is because muscle gain actually prevents that aging process. Aside from making sure that you take care of your cholesterol and making sure that you're managing your blood pressure, I think getting into the gym and at least doing resistance training or just starting to do some type of weight training can benefit everyone.
I'll lift weights.
I'll go work out.
You gotta call our trainer Corey back.
Corey.
He's looking for you.
I know. I hurt my foot.
Okay. Sure you did.
We'll be right back.
They both want to be your next president. Now finally, Kamala Harris.
Do we believe in the promise of America?
Donald Donald Trump.
We will soon be a great nation again.
Face to face, historic. The ABC News presidential debate, moderated by David Muir and Linsey Davis. Tuesday live on ABC and streaming on ABC News Live, Hulu, and Disney+. The ABC News presidential debate. Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different.
The critics agree.
Hated the Brat Pack. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense?
I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything. Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium.
1985? I think we could have.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips.
And I'm Terry Moran, and we are following breaking news here on ABC News Live. An investigation continues now following a mass shooting at Appalachia High School in Winder, Georgia, that killed 4 people and injured 9 others this morning. Police say a suspect is now in custody, and multiple law enforcement sources tell ABC News that this shooter is believed to be a 14-year-old student at that school.
As Terry mentioned, the school is located in the small town of Winder in Georgia. That's between Atlanta and Athens, about an hour outside of Atlanta, where our Faith Abube is actually stationed. She is now reporting from the ground there at the high school. She's been there all day. She's been speaking to students and eyewitnesses. Here's what one parent had to say about just living through those terrifying moments.
It hits harder when it's home, you know. It hits harder, you know, as a cop myself, you know, you dealing with people you don't know is different, but actually knowing that it's your child that could potentially be the one that you have to hold, or you know, last time you spoke to him was this morning saying, you know, have a good day, that kind of thing, you know, it's different.
We are expecting an update from law enforcement any moment now. We'll bring it to you live as soon as they step up to those mics right there on the campus of Appalachia High School. All right, let's bring in our contributor and former chief of detectives for NYPD, Bob Boyce. And, okay, there we go. We got you, Bob.
Yep.
So, all right, a lot that we want to hear. The question is, how much will we hear? If this shooter is 14 years old and a student at the school, probably his identity will be protected, right? But could we possibly learn anything about a motive?
Sure. Well, I'll tell you what we can find out, the response time, the exact in minutes, what we hear. And that's what I'm looking for right now, because we haven't heard that all day. And usually speaking, you'll get to when the 9/11 call comes over and the arrival of the police. And it's a really short amount of time, usually 2 minutes, 3 minutes at the most. And so initially, did they go in immediately, which they more likely did, because that's part of it. And the type of weapon. I would hope to see a picture of the weapon and any history on that weapon, that it was illegally possessed is the number one thing. How did that person obtain that? And how did that person get into school that day? Those 3 things are really paramount right now to see how we are in this investigation. It takes a while on motive. I will tell you, it's not fair to the police to find them to come up with a quick motive. Well, we may hear it, but I would doubt right now we will. But those are the other items. How was the response? What happened? And any inclination of a warning. It looks like this gentleman is walking up to the mic now. So we should know more as we go along.
We're expecting to hear from the head of the GBI here. You can see all the various law enforcement agencies that have joined in on this investigation. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Real investigation, and we wanted to come back this afternoon and present you with a little more of a timeline of the events that have taken place here today and what we know up to this point with the investigation. At approximately 10:20 a.m. this morning, the Bexar County Sheriff's Office received alerts about reports of an active shooter and radio traffic from school resource officers concerning the same concern, or having the same concern. Within minutes, law enforcement was on scene, as well as 2 school resource officers assigned here to the school who immediately encountered the subject within just minutes of this report going out. Once they encountered the subject immediately surrendered to these officers, and he was taken into custody. Additionally, what I want you to know as of now, there are 4 individuals who are deceased from this incident, 9 that have been taken to local hospitals with various injuries. Of those that are deceased, 2 are students and 2 are teachers here at the school. The priority right now for us within this investigation is to gather all the facts, to make sure that we're accurate with it, because this is a murder investigation. As the sheriff mentioned earlier this morning, the shooter is in custody. His name is Colt, that's C-O-L-T, Gray. He is a 14-year-old student here at the school, G-R-A-Y. He is a 14-year-old student here at the high school. Again, he has been taken into custody. He will be charged with murder, and he will be tried as an adult and handled as an adult. We're coordinating these charges and obviously this investigation with District Attorney Brad Smith, who is the District Attorney for the Piedmont Judicial Circuit here. Since earlier this morning we talked with you, and since the incident occurred, numerous interviews have been taking place through our investigation with students, faculty, as well as any other witnesses that we could identify. Law enforcement had a very, very swift response to this incident once the incident was determined that there was a concern here. Those resources, whether it was in that response or throughout this investigation to assist, came obviously from the sheriff's office here, from other local law enforcement agencies, state law enforcement agencies, and federal law enforcement agencies as well. To include, not to be left out, multiple EMS personnel, multiple fire personnel, and agencies. Those agencies responded here as well today, and I am extremely grateful, as I know the sheriff is, for that quick response and the partnerships of working here together with what all has gone on. Currently, from the investigative perspective, we have crime scene agents and other special agents from the GBI, from close to a dozen of our different work units from across the state that have responded here today to work on this investigation, again, collecting evidence, conducting interviews, and so forth. I do want to pass this along, that if anyone has any information that wants to be passed on concerning this investigation, that they can do that anonymously at our tip line at 1-800-597-TIPS or 1-800-597-8477. They can also report this on by downloading the See Something, Send Something app. They can be done by Android or Apple phones, either one, if they need to report any tips concerning this investigation. Let me close out before I turn this over to the sheriff and let you just remind you that this is still a very active investigation. There is still a lot that is very fluid. There's still a lot of interviews to be conducted that will continue on into the night, as well as crime scene work and collecting and gathering evidence. But what is more important for me to mention here to you is my heartfelt sympathy to the parents, the students that were here today. Regardless of where they were in the school, this has got a great impact on them as well as on this community. My thoughts and prayers, along with everybody standing behind me and every law enforcement agency in this state, and many I will tell you around this country, they are in our thoughts and prayers, and we will continue with that. We ask for your patience as we continue through this, and we'll continue to try to give you as many updates with information as we can to keep you informed. But thank you for being here. I'm now going to turn it over to Barrow County Sheriff Judge Smith. Thank you. Would you spell your name, please? H-O-S-E-Y. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Sheriff Judge Smith of the Bexar County Sheriff's Office. I never imagined that I would be speaking to the media in my career over something that happened today, the pure evil that happened today. I cannot thank the people behind me for the support they give me today, to give this office and give this staff. This hits home for me. I was born and raised here. I went to school in this school system. My kids go to this school system. I'm proud of this school system. My heart hurts for these kids. My heart hurts for our community. But I want to make it very clear that hate will not prevail in this county. I want that to be very clear and known. Love will prevail over what happened today. I assure you of that. It is very early as to what happened. Governor Kemp reached out to me and has provided me every single resource that he has to make sure justice prevails. I don't know why it happened. I may not ever know. We may not ever know. But I ask that you and our community lift up our schools, lift up our public safety, and that, again, we do not let this hateful event prevail as to what happened today. I want to thank the surrounding agencies and counties and cities and state and federal authorities that have come and provided us, because they prevented a lot of more tragic events from happening. Continue to lift up these families, continue to lift up our students and our kids, and know that love will prevail. At this time, I'm going to ask Dr. LaDuff, our school superintendent, to come and speak on behalf of the school.
Good afternoon. I'm Dallas LaDuff. I'm the superintendent of Bexar County School System. I want to thank the Bexar County Sheriff's Office and all of our law enforcement partners for their swift response today, along with that of our staff. I'd also like to thank our community for their response and patience as we work to reunify the students with their families here today and secure the rest of our school campuses. Our schools will be closed for the remainder of this week as we cooperate fully with law enforcement to get answers to the many questions that we all have about this incident here today. But as we are closed, our central offices will remain open, where we will have grief counseling available for our community every day this week and thereafter as we support each other through this terrible event. In closing, I just want to say to our community, as a school system, we are here for you, we support you, and we are ready to get you any support that you may need as we grieve through this together. Thank you.
Sheriff, if you're saying hate will not prevail in this community, are you investigating this as some sort of hate crime?
Well, shortly, if someone decides to take a firearm into a school where kids are given an education or entitled to an education and want to harm others, to me, it's hateful.
Sheriff, can you talk about the initial interaction between whoever was able to stop the shooter? Can you describe that to us? How did it go down? What exactly happened for us?
Obviously, the shooter was armed, and our school resource officer engaged him. And the shooter quickly realized that if he did not give up, that it would end with an OIS, or an officer-involved shooting. He gave up, got on the ground, and the deputy took him into custody.
Sheriff, any idea how the weapon got inside the school, and was there any warning that this was going to happen?
Not that I'm aware of. Again, very early, and we're still looking into that, whether or not, or how he obtained it and how he got it into school.
Sure. Have you been in touch at all with his parents or his family to learn more about what led up to these moments?
We have.
Any information you can share?
No.
What kind of weapon?
It seems like you have a large Hispanic population. Have you been able to communicate with the people in their language to make sure that everybody knows what's happening?
Yes, sir, I have. The school and our office has people that speak in Spanish, and they have spoke to those folks as well. Yes.
How is video surveillance helping you, Sheriff?
With law enforcement now?
Sorry.
Is the shooter talking? Is he saying why?
The shooter was interviewed, and he was speaking with our investigators earlier, along with the GBI.
How is that video surveillance? How's that helping you, Sheriff?
It is helping our investigation.
Sheriff, is reports of threatening calls perhaps made to the school prior to the shooting? Is that accurate?
None that I'm aware of.
Were all 9 injured victims shot?
In some capacity, yes.
Sheriff, can you tell us about the 2 individuals deceased and was one targeted?
We don't know of any targets at this point.
Last question.
Sheriff, what kind of weapon was used? Have you identified the weapon?
We have not identified that at this point. No.
Sheriff, is there a connection?
This is the last question I'm going to take.
Is the shooter a student here?
Is there a connection between the shooter and the victims?
None that I'm aware of.
Was this a student here at the school?
I know that you have a lot of questions about the student and that we mentioned that we identified earlier. Keep in mind that's part of our investigation, that we're looking into every aspect of that individual, his connection here at the school. Obviously, as I mentioned earlier, he was a student here. So as part of our investigation, we're looking into all aspects, current and prior, involving that individual.
Can you tell us how many rounds were fired?
He is a student.
Can you tell us how many rounds were fired?
Do what?
The shooter is a student, yes.
Is a student. Do you know how many rounds were fired?
We do not know how many rounds.
Director, has that shooter had any past history with law enforcement?
For now, this is the information that we have. It is an active investigation. I assure you, we do plan to come back out here in a couple of hours. Please make sure you're following the GBIX page. That's where we're going to be putting the updates. If there's anything that's new, we'll make sure that we share that information. It's still very early. Investigators have a lot of work to do. We appreciate your patience. Do expect another in-person news conference out here in the next few hours. Monitor the X page, and we will be sure to update you accordingly. Thank you.
And that's the on x.com.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that is a briefing from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and Barrow County, Georgia Sheriff Judd Smith. And the information that we're getting, first and foremost, the name of the suspect in this shooting at Appalachia High School in Widener, Georgia. Colt Gray is his name, according to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. He's 14 years old. He is a student at this school and will be tried as an adult. That is the way law enforcement is approaching this right now. Sheriff Smith said that this is an act of hatred, and hatred will not triumph over love in this community. He also confirmed, however, that Colt Gray, the name of the 14-year-old shooter in Widener, Georgia, is in custody now and will be tried as an adult.
And so Bob Boyce, tried as an adult for murder, 14 years old. We still don't know about a motive, the type of weapon that he used. We still have a lot of questions about why and how this all went down. But I'm actually surprised that we got a name. So much for protecting the identity of this kid. I guess it depends state by state. Sometimes they're more protective.
He's going to be tried as an adult.
Right, as minors. So this changes everything now that he's going to be tried as an adult. So when will we learn more, you think?
I think we learn more about the timeline. What happened? It was 10:20 when the school resource officers called the sheriff's office, and apparently a school resource officer approached him, and he surrendered to that officer. It's unclear if that officer was armed or not. I don't know. It goes by state, it's jurisdiction by jurisdiction if they're armed or not, these school officers. So it's unclear if that was the case, but he did his job, or she did his job, whatever the case may be. Not a lot on the victims. I was hoping there would be. I was also hoping more on the gun. So the name of the of the perpetrator, I'm like you, Kara. I'm a little surprised they gave it out. But that had to come with conferral with the DA. If they're charging him as an adult, you were allowed to mention their name. Now, he's 14, so he's very close to defensive infancy. But if you commit a higher grade of crime, a murder, intentional murder, then you'll be charged as an adult and prosecuted as an adult. So that freed up giving his name. Now, all of a sudden, we'll look further. We'll see other media's. We'll see the media looks at that, see if we find more about this individual, and go forward from there. If he was a loner, if he had a lot of friends, social media. So now this opens up a big floodgate for investigation by everybody, not just the GBI.
Are you surprised he surrendered, Bob? I mean, so many times we're covering, these mass shootings, and the cops take out the shooter,
or they take their own life.
Yeah, right.
That's also a possibility. That's more probable than the police officer shooting, engaging in a firefight. So this is a 14-year-old, and someone, points a gun at you. More often than not, they surrender. And I've taken people at gunpoint many times in my career. So it's that's what happens. I'm not surprised by that at all, that he gave it up. Otherwise, sometimes they walk out and they hurt themselves at some other location. It all depends by the incident. A 14-year-old, you can argue a lot of different things, what's going on in his life he couldn't handle. Still, I would have liked to know more about the gun. We didn't hear about that.
Bob, let me draw on your long experience fighting crime and protecting the community. This kid is 14 years old. He's a boy. He's a little boy. And I want to ask about investigating children that young, about that he's now going to face justice, being tried as an adult. Obviously, he's responsible for his actions. Georgia is a death penalty state. And I just wonder about how that impacts an investigation, the youth of this suspect.
It does, because they want the parents there when you interview him, if you can. Now, there's his immediacy to it, and they make statements immediately to you. That's all admissible. But when you sit down and you start talking to him, you want a parent. And in the school situation, is local parenti, where a school officer or someone from the school can also sit in there too. We'll see how that goes forward. Did he make admissions? It seems like he did. He was helpful in the investigation, according to the sheriff. So it sounds like he was compliant with information. How quickly did they retrieve the parents to the school? And what did they do at the house? I'm sure they're doing a search warrant at the school right now. That question didn't come up. But I'm sure that's what they're doing. His locker, his social media pages, all those things will determine why he did this. And did anybody know? Did he make this statement to any of his friends, whether in a casual way or not? And that telephone call that seems to be dispelled at this point to the school from what the sheriff said. He didn't know about it, which I would find if there was, he would have said that. So a lot of information came out of this interview, even though it went very quickly. But giving his name out, we'll find out more in the coming hours and days. By the time when they reconvene, and I think the GBI said they're going to reconvene in a couple hours with even more information.
I can ask for a state of mind of investigators. This horrific crime, this child suspect. How does it affect you as an investigator? Does it? I guess if you're a good investigator, you're trained, experienced, you aren't going to let it affect you. But both situations break your heart, right? There's the 2 students, 2 teachers dead, and a 14-year-old boy is apparently the shooter.
Terry, it's a good question, because you have to go forward and need that professional detachment and try to get as much to the truth as you can. And that's your journey right there, getting to the truth. So you're going to speak to him as a 14-year-old, as he was. What happened? Why did you do this? What was your feelings? And how long have you been planning this? These are all key questions. I don't know if he gave that much to it. I don't know if his parents were involved at all. I think that they probably were, because if they're not, then all that admission is thrown out. So you don't want to go down that road if you didn't have to. So these things are important. And I spoke earlier about it. I saw a bunch of cars take off from the crime scene. And then, they probably go into the house. He probably identified immediately, and securing that premise so you can get more information. And they did the same thing in the Crooks case with the attempted assassination of President Trump, ex-President Trump. That's important too. You want to go with that and lock that down. So they know more than they gave away today, and I understand confidentiality. That's important too. But the Georgia Bureau of Investigation professional, they put out information all along today. They did a nice job in a terrible situation, which is what this is. I would like to know more about those innocent victims, those 4 people. It's important to put out.
Hopefully we are going to learn more of these two students and these two teachers that have been shot dead now. And if you're just tuning in, just to bring you up to date, Bob, I have another question for you, but just for our viewers that might be tuning in right now, we just heard from law enforcement officials there at Appalachia High School here in Winder, Georgia. That's about an hour outside of Atlanta. There was a kind of a, we weren't getting we were getting a conflicting story about timeline, but now we have all law enforcement officials formally coming forward saying that it was at 10:20 a.m., which is what we initially reported, that they got reports of an active shooter there at the high school. High school, it's only been in for 4 weeks, by the way. They started on August 1st. And within minutes, authorities tell us that law enforcement was there on the scene and engaged the shooter inside the school where he surrendered. Unfortunately, 2 students, 2 teachers had already been killed, 9 others hospitalized in this mass shooting, up to 20 injured outside of those that were killed. We're now learning the name of that shooter, a 14-year-old student, Colt Gray. He is going to be tried as an adult for murder. Bob, only in school for 4 weeks. He was a freshman. Curious to know, did something happen within that first month of school? Did he know any of these students from middle school? So many questions concerning what was happening inside this teenager's mind and who he was going after and why.
It is, and that's to be determined as well if they don't know it already. And did he have additional ammunition on him? You see a lot of these shooters come really armed to the teeth. Now, from what I could see, from my opinion right now, it's a handgun. It's not a long arm, which a lot of that happens a lot, but I'm not sure about that. Did he have additional magazines on him? I don't know. I wish they would have gotten into a little more on the gun. When you find things on the scene, you can talk about it immediately in law enforcement, and that's important to understand too. You don't have to say where it came from, but tell us what kind of gun it is. And did he have extra magazines of ammo on him? How much evil was, as the sheriff would say, was he planning on doing that day? The fact that he's new to school, he's probably, if there's a freshman class is 14-year-old and he's brand new to the school, what happened in that month time at the school to precipitate this, to begin this violence? So that's all to be determined later on. And again, he may have made statements already. We may know more in the coming hours exactly why he did that.
Just hearing from the students that survived, how they heard the gunshots. They immediately, through their training, knew to huddle, lock the door, stay down. One of the students with whom Faith Abube interviewed there on the scene saying that the shooter, and here was video actually from the young lady that Faith interviewed. You can see the flashing red lights where that active shooter warning came through. They knew exactly where to go, where to huddle. But then police came in, you'll see here, cleared the room and took them out once they knew it was safe to do so. But just imagine hearing those gunshots, hearing the voice of that shooter, banging on the door, telling them to open up. It's just something that our kids shouldn't have to deal with, but it's a reality, a sad reality that we are dealing with far too often.
Sure is. Our kids are combat trained. Bob Boyce, we want to thank you for being with us all afternoon, really, and lending us your expertise, your insight into how these events unfold from a law enforcement perspective. Thanks as always, Bob.
Thank you.
And thank you all for streaming with us. I'm Kira Phillips.
And I'm Terry Moran. More news is coming up next.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC